Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to a brand new series on the channel. What if I was reborn in Naruto as Raza of the Sand, and made the Sand Village the greatest village in the shinobi world? Synopsis. An office worker is suddenly transmigrated into the body of Raza, who has just been appointed as the Fourth Kazekage. With the looming threat of the Third Shinobi War and the dire state of his village, he seems like just another unfortunate soul destined to suffer. Wrong! What the? I have a karma seal from Boruto? Isn't that supposed to be a seed of some Otsutsuki dude? But whatever. Even if I don't have an overpowered ability like the Sharingan, I still have this karma seal. All I have to do is use it to grow stronger and ensure my survival. From that moment on, the new Raza begins plotting for the sake of his village while using his only cheat to become stronger. Make sure to check out the author linked in the description, and without further ado, let the tale begin. Chapter 1, I am Kazekage. Sunagakure, Hidden Sand Village. Located in the desert, Sunagakure is the ninja village with the harshest geographical environment among the 5 great ninja villages. The entire village is situated within a massive canyon surrounded by towering desert mountains. On the surface, it appears to be a land of scarce resources and extreme conditions. However, this unique geography also grants Sunagakure a strategic advantage that other ninja villages lack. Firstly, the vast canyon in which Sunagakure is nestled acts like a mother's embrace, providing perfect natural protection. To enter the village, even a flying ninja like Deidara can only pass through the canyon's entrance, a narrow passage less than 10 meters wide, but nearly 100 meters long and close to 1,000 meters high, known as Heaven's Rift. Secondly, the barren environment of both Sunagakure and the Land of Wind discourages other nations from invading. After all, the main objectives of war are land and resources, and in both aspects, Sunagakure and the Land of Wind offer little to desire. Yet, despite this seemingly impregnable defensive position, this advantage has also bred an unwarranted sense of courage among Sunagakure's ninjas, clouding their judgment. As the Fourth Kazekage, Raza, clad in his white Kazekage robe, arrived at the top floor of the Kazekage Tower with his trusted aide, Baki, the sounds of a heated discussion from the massive conference room could already be heard from afar. This is the best time for Sunagakure. We can't just sit back and watch any longer. That's right. Kumogakure has been provoking Konoha at the border of the Land of Fire, and a war is about to break out. Meanwhile, Iwagakure has also deployed a large force into the Land of Grass, threatening Konoha's borders and clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. Most of Konoha's military strength is now tied up dealing with Kumogakure and Iwagakure. This is our chance. Right now, only Sunagakure and Kirigakure are staying out of this. But with the sea and desert separating us from Kirigakure, we don't have to worry about them interfering. This situation is extremely favorable for us whether we fight Konoha, Kumogakure, or Iwagakure. It will work to our advantage. Obviously, we should target Konoha. White Fan may be dead, but we can't just let the deaths of Lords Ao and Aka be forgotten. Konoha is definitely involved in the disappearance of the Third Kazekage. Why hasn't the Kazekage arrived yet? This is such an important meeting. Listening to the impassioned debates from outside the door, Raza was speechless. He truly wanted to ask who gave Sunagakure's ninjas the courage to participate in this ninja war? Was it Jesus from the skies or a promise from US government? Forget about Konoha's lower and mid-tier ninjas, just their high-level combatants alone were terrifying. The third Hokage was still in his prime. Minato Namikaze had evolved into the Yellow Flash, the legendary Sannin remained formidable, and there was even a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Each of these 6 individuals alone could take on thousands of enemies. It wasn't that Raza lacked confidence in himself, but he had no assurance of victory against any of them. Not to mention, the Uchiha clan was still intact, and the Hyuga clan remained a powerful force. Even if they ignored Konoha, both Kumogakure and Iwagakure were not adversaries that Sunagakure could easily contend with. If they wanted a fight, what chance did they have? The third Raikage of Kumogakure was someone who could arm wrestle the Eight Tails. The fourth Raikage, along with the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails and the Two Tails, had all grown into formidable warriors. As for Iwagakure, while they didn't have many famous ninjas, Inoki alone with his dust release was more than Raza could handle. Not to mention, they also had two-tailed beasts and their respective Jinchuriki. And what did Sunagakure have? Magnet release? Puppet techniques? Scorch release? Poison? Shikaku? Compared to the other villages, they weren't even in the same league. How were they supposed to win a fight? Thinking about all this, Raza couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the current Raza was no longer the same as before. Just last night, Raza was still an ordinary office worker. While walking home, something hit him out of nowhere, causing him to black out. When he woke up, he found himself in the world of Naruto, having taken over the body of the recently appointed Fourth Kazekage Raza. The same Raza who, without even taking off his Kazekage robe, was assassinated by Orochimaru. The same Raza who, in a tragic twist of fate, tried to turn his son Gaara into a tailed beast weapon and even ordered his brother-in-law to assassinate him. At first, Raza struggled to adjust. For one, he had been just an ordinary office worker. Even though he had inherited the memories of the Fourth Kazekage, he still wasn't used to a world where killing was commonplace. Secondly, Raza's potential was incredibly underwhelming. Magnet release was practically worthless compared to the world-shattering bloodline limits in Naruto. Based on his inherited memories, magnet release worked by condensing chakra into a highly concentrated form to generate magnetic forces and manipulate metals. It wasn't anything as powerful as Magneto's control over electromagnetic fields. In other words, due to the limitations of chakra, the ceiling for magnet release was painfully low. At best, it could reach Shikaku's level, which was already considered impressive. But compared to what Konoha had, not even counting Indra and Azura, just the Sharingan and Byakugan alone, magnet release didn't even come close. And yet, this was the so-called pride of Sunagakure's bloodline limits. Finally, the village itself lacked potential. The harsh environment left Sunagakure heavily reliant on the Daimi's financial support since it had little ability to sustain itself. On top of that, the village's ninja forces were extremely limited, with very few bloodline limits. If not for puppet techniques and Shikaku's existence, Sunagakure probably wouldn't even qualify as one of the 5 great ninja villages. Still, regardless of his struggles, Raza had no choice. He was here now. Fortunately, fate had not completely abandoned him. Just as he had resolved to take responsibility as the Fourth Kazekage in this world, his cheat ability arrived, albeit a little late. Raza discovered a black diamond-shaped mark on the palm of his hand. Luckily, he had watched Boruto, Naruto Next Generations before transmigrating. Thanks to some video explanations, he recognized exactly what it was. It was something belonging to the Otsutsuki clan, the Kama seal. The Kama seal was essentially a backup of an Otsutsuki's data, implanted into another person. Over time, the seal would gradually unfreeze and revive the Otsutsuki within the host's body, similar to the soul-possessing techniques seen in Shinsha novels. In other words, right now, I have become a mere tool for some Otsutsukis. Resurrection? That wasn't something he remembered from the Naruto storyline. However, Raza wasn't the type to dwell on things unnecessarily. The most Important priority right now was adapting to his new body and identity. As for whether this diamond-shaped mark was truly an Otsutsuki seal, he'd wait and see how it developed before concluding. After all, being possessed by an alien god was weird but not nearly as bizarre as transmigrating into Naruto in the first place. That was also why he had arrived late to such an important meeting, despite it already being midday. He had spent the entire night sorting through the original Fourth Kazekage, Raza's memories and familiarizing himself with his new powers. And the situation did not look promising. On one hand, Sunagakure was in terrible shape. On the other, Konoha basically had Gundams. Even though he had fully inherited the original Raza's strength thanks to memory fusion, he still stood no chance against Konoha's monsters. Minato Namake's Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, Jiraiya's Sage Mode and Mount Myaboku's Summoning Beasts, Orochimaru's Immortality and Richie Cave, Tsunade's Unparalleled Medical Ninjutsu and Shikatsu Forest, Kushina Uzumaki's Nine Tails and Uzumaki Vitality, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, not a single one of these forces was something Sunagakure could hope to match. And that wasn't even mentioning the so-called professor of ninjutsu, the strongest Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. But at least, he wasn't completely without hope. If the diamond-shaped mark on his palm really was the Otsutsuki clan's seal, then at least before he got possessed, he should be able to wield some of the Otsutsuki's powers enough to ensure his survival in the early Naruto timeline. The only problem was, how did he even use it? All he remembered from Boruto was that the seal could absorb chakra and ninjutsu, serving as a vessel for the Otsutsuki's resurrection. Beyond that, he had no idea how to activate it. However, chakra, Didn't Sunagakure have a massive source of chakra? Shikaku, the One Tail. Maybe it was worth experimenting. The only issue was that, while Raza was technically the Kazekage and leader of Sunagakure, not everything in the village was under his direct control. For example, Shikaku wasn't in his hands. It was currently under the control of the village's sealing corps, which was overseen by the elder Ebizo. And Ebizo just so happened to be the younger brother of Chiyo, who commanded Sunagakure's puppet brigade. In other words, the two most powerful factions in Sunagakure were not under his command. Fortunately, he had leverage over them. As for the upcoming Third Shinobi World War, Raza had no interest in participating. The outcome was already decided. Sunagakure had no way of profiting from this war. But as mentioned before, this village didn't always listen to him. Still, he had already made up his mind. If Sunagakure had to enter the war, then he would decide how it was fought. If anyone disagreed, well, they'd just have to die. While he lacked the confidence to face Konoha's monsters, dealing with a few disobedient elders and Sunagakure was well within his abilities, especially since the seal could absorb ninjutsu, making it an almost invincible ability at this stage. So, Raza had made up his mind. The most crucial thing right now was securing his position in Sunagakure and fully taking control of the village as the Kazekage. Everything else could wait. With this in mind, Raza steeled his resolve. Just then, a firm, authoritative voice of an elderly woman rang out from the conference room. All this arguing, what a disgrace! Now that the Fourth Kazekage has arrived, let's hear what he has to say. The moment Raza heard that voice, an inexplicable sense of frustration bubbled up from within him, an emotion that clearly came from the original Raza's memories. "TCH, damn old hag," he muttered under his breath. Standing beside him, Baki broke into a cold sweat. Luckily, Raza was merely venting and did nothing further. He knew it was time for him to make his entrance. So, he pushed open the doors and stepped inside. Chapter 2, The Village and its Kage. As Raza pushed open the doors and stepped inside the once noisy conference Room fell silent. All eyes turned to him, but the looks he received were far from reverence. It was only due to his superior status that they were forced to remain quiet. Their dissatisfaction, however, was written all over their faces. After all, the meeting was scheduled for 9 a.m., and it was almost noon. Yet, Raza felt no shame whatsoever. Having fully integrated with the original Fourth Kazekage's memories and personality, he was unfazed by their stares. His path to becoming the Kazekage hadn't been entirely legitimate, but at the end of the day, he was the Kazekage. As long as he remained in this position, no one would dare openly rebel against him. Sweeping his cold gaze over the crowd, Raza strode forward and took his seat. The lone chair at the head of the room, symbolizing the highest authority in Sunigakure. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the complex political landscape within the village. There were more than 30 people present in the meeting room, with even the weakest among them being elite jonin. All of them were high-ranking officials who held the power to influence village policy. However, Raza only truly paid attention to 5 of them. First were the 2 elders seated on either side of him, Chiyo and Ebizo. Next was Chiyo's protege, a strikingly beautiful yet cold-eyed kunoichi with an alluringly exposed outfit and a slender figure, scorch-release Pakura. On the other side, seated beneath Ebizo, was a tall and burly man dressed in a long robe. His square-shaped face was stern and expressionless. He was none other than magnet-release Michikawa. And, I have no idea who this person is, so I think he is an OC. Lastly, there was Baki, his most trusted aide and the leader of Sunigakure's Umbu. A powerful jonin, and the only person in the room who wholeheartedly supported him. As for the rest, though they were all influential figures within the village, they were nothing more than followers of these 5. Unfortunately, of the 5, only Baki was truly on his side. The others either had their own agendas or didn't respect him at all. And at the root of this power struggle was the sudden disappearance of the Third Kazekage. Unlike Konoha, Sunigakure's internal power structure wasn't overly complex. The village lacked large clans, and overall, its forces were divided into 2 main factions: the noble faction, represented by the Sand clan, and the civilian faction, composed of common-born shinobi. Historically, while each Kazekage was appointed by their predecessor, the support of both factions was also crucial to maintaining legitimacy. A Kazekage needed both the nobles and the civilians' backing to be truly recognized as the village leader. This was the case for both the second and third Kazekage. However, the third Kazekage's abrupt disappearance meant that no successor had been designated. This created a power vacuum, leading the civilian faction to push for one of their own to ascend to the position. Among the candidates, the one with the strongest support wasn't Raza. It was the very woman sitting before him, the so-called hero of Sunigakure. Scorch-release Pakura, the civilian faction fervently supported Pakura as the next Kazekage. To them, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to have one of their own lead the village. At one point, her popularity had even surpassed Raza's. However, the legacy of the Kazekage lineage still held weight. The Sand clan, which had always held the Kazekage's seat, was naturally unwilling to relinquish its power. Thus, they refused to support Pakura. Then, by a twist of fate, half a year ago, Iwagakure launched a surprise attack on the Land of Wind. During this invasion, Raza repelled the enemy forces using his magnet release, Gold Dust, gaining immense prestige. Seizing this opportunity, the Sand clan backed Raza and elevated him to the position of the 4th Kazekage. This meant that Raza lacked the support of the civilian faction. Even among the nobles, only half truly supported him. The leader of the opposing half was none other than the man before him, Michikawa. Logically speaking, since Michikawa was also from the nobles faction, he should have supported Raza now that he had become the Fourth Kazekage. However, the real complication lay in the fact that the Third Kazekage was missing, not confirmed dead. The Third Kazekage was widely regarded as the strongest Kazekage in history. The idea that someone could silently eliminate him without a trace was unthinkable. Thus, even now, many people still believe that the Third Kazekage was alive, just missing. Michikawa, having once been a trusted aide to the Third Kazekage, was one of those firm believers. In his eyes, Raza was nothing more than a temporary placeholder forced into this position out of necessity. To Michikawa's faction, as long as the Third Kazekage's death was not confirmed, they would never fully accept Raza as their leader. As for Chiyo and Ebizo, these two elders had lived since the days of the first Kazekage. They operated outside Sunegakure's political system, holding authority over the puppet corps, the sealing squad, and the tailed beast. Their influence was immense, making them virtually untouchable. Naturally, they did not consider Raza someone they needed to obey. Adding to his troubles, Raza had only been Kazekage for less than 3 months. He hadn't had time to build a strong personal faction. The only real move he had made was appointing Baki as the head of the Umbu, securing some control over the village's Black Ops forces. Aside from that, his position was still precarious, with enemies on all sides. But that was the past. As Raza surveyed the numerous Sunegakure shinobi before him, he did not rush to speak. Even though his supporters were few, he was still the Kazekage. Just by sitting in silence and casting his gaze over the room, he exerted immense pressure, especially on those who had just been bad-mouthing him moments ago. Of course, this didn't include the 5 key figures. Chiyo and Ebizo, both elderly and experienced, simply closed their eyes, showing no respect whatsoever. Pakura, with her seductive open-back outfit, furrowed her brows slightly but met Raza's gaze head-on, completely unfazed. Michikawa remained stone-faced, sitting firmly in his seat without moving an inch. Only Baki looked visibly tense, his eyes darting nervously. Though Raza had promoted him, his strength and seniority were the lowest among the 5. Even so, he managed to maintain his composure. For 3 or 4 minutes, the room remained in a tense silence. His mouth. Elders, Pakura, Michikawa, Baki, you stay. The rest of you may leave. The moment Raza finished speaking, the entire room stiffened. First, they were surprised. Then, their expressions filled with resentment. They had already tolerated the fact that the Kazekage had arrived hours late for such an important meeting. But now, after saying nothing at all, he was dismissing them? This was outright disrespectful. Some shinobi looked like they wanted to protest, but the instant Raza's cold gaze swept over them, they felt like an invisible weight had crushed their throats. No one dared utter a single word. One by one, they quietly left the room. Raza paid them no further attention, and once the room was cleared, he got straight to the point. I overheard your discussions outside. Everyone was quite vocal. But none of you spoke. Raza smirked. Now, I'd like to hear your thoughts. Chapter 3, The Plan. Although Raza's presence as Kazekage exerted pressure on the ordinary shinobi, it did not affect the remaining 5 people. Among them, except for Baki, the other 4 were either equal to or not much weaker than Raza. Trouncing them was impossible. Thus, when Raza posed his question, the 4 remained seated in silence, each maintaining their own posture. Only Baki finally spoke up. Kazekage-sama, the Umbu are ready. We're just awaiting your orders. Raza gave Baki a satisfied nod before turning to the remaining 4. Good. Baki, ensure the umbus remain on standby since we will have great use for them soon. Now, what about the rest of you? Despite his inquiry, the four still refused to speak, subtly opposing Raza's authority. However, Raza was in no rush. He held the legitimacy of the Kazekage title. While the ninja world was chaotic, it still followed a traditional structure, especially within a military village like Sunagakure, where hierarchy and authority held significant weight. So, he continued staring them down, allowing the room to sink into an eerie silence. Perhaps the oppressive atmosphere became unbearable, or maybe they felt the need to acknowledge Raza as the fourth Kazekage. Either way, the first to break the silence was Ebizo, who spoke in his hoarse voice. Fourth Kazekage, this is no longer a matter that Sunagakure alone can decide. The daimyo has also expressed interest in involving us. Sunagakure is Sunagakure, and the daime is the daimyo. They have no right to order us around. The voice came from Pakura, her tone cold and proud. That may be true, but our village is located in an impoverished desert. If we want funds for development, we can't ignore the daime's support, Majikawa added. With a sigh. Heh! Pakura knew this was the reality and let out a frustrated scoff. Sunagakure's current predicament was dire. Without the daime's financial backing, the village struggled to obtain food supplies. Sometimes, even having money wasn't enough, someone had to be willing to sell them food. Now that everyone had spoken, only Chiyo remained silent. Raza turned his gaze to her, not speaking, just waiting. At this point, Chiyo had little reason to resist any further. With a dry chuckle, she finally addressed him. Kazekage-sama seems to have already made up his mind. Whether I speak or not, it makes no difference, does it? With her words, the rest of the group turned their eyes to Raza, waiting for his response. Raza was satisfied with how things had progressed so far. At the very least, it showed that his position as Kazekage still held enough weight to command attention. So, he didn't waste time. Instead, he got straight to the point. I do have a plan. However, before I explain, I must confirm one thing first. He scanned the room and then asked his question. Do you all truly believe we can defeat Konoha? Silence. But this time, the silence wasn't eerie, it was heavy, laced with quiet sighs and unspoken truths. Unlike the others who had been debating so heatedly earlier, the five before him were among the village's most experienced and powerful individuals. They had seen too much and knew the true answer to this question. As much as they hated to admit it, Sunagakure was simply not on the same level as Konoha in terms of strength. If not for the current turmoil where Iwagakure and Kumogakure had already made their moves, Sunagakure would never have considered launching an attack on Konoha. Seeing their reactions, Raza didn't push for an answer. Instead, he spoke again. It seems you all already know the answer. Since its founding, Sunagakure has fought countless battles against other nations and ninja villages. Many have died. Yet what have we truly gained? He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in. Not just our village, even our country remains the same. For decades, our borders have not changed. We are still trapped in this barren desert, with nothing to show for our struggles. Raza's words made everyone reflect. Though they were all warriors, none of them actually enjoyed war. Wherever there was war, there was death. Each of them had lost loved ones to battle. They knew its cost too well. Then, are you saying we should avoid this war? Ebizo asked, his tone shifting slightly as if he was beginning to understand Raza's reasoning. No. We will fight, Raza declared firmly. He had no intention of backing down. If anything, he intended to use this war to solidify his authority as Kazekage. Otherwise, neither the daimyo nor the villagers will accept it. Because of what happened to the third Kazekage, Sunagakure has long held a grudge against Konoha. Raza paused for a moment before opening his eyes firm. However, this time, we will not fight as we have before. Before we act, we must clearly define our goal. This statement left room for many interpretations. Each person present had their own thoughts on what the goal of the war should be. While some were still contemplating, Chio grew impatient. If you have a plan, Kazekage, just say it. I'm getting too old to sit here all day, she grumbled. Vietnamese dong. Raza gave the old woman a sharp look but refrained from commenting. Instead, he got straight to the point. Since Elder Ebizo mentioned our village's economic struggles, let's address that. Sunagakure is located in a barren desert, making financial growth difficult. While my magnet release allows me to extract gold dust from the sand, this is not a sustainable long-term solution, His gaze darkened as he continued. Because of this, our objective in this war cannot be territorial expansion. This time, we will not fight for the Land of Fire's land. Instead, we have only one goal: plundering its wealth and resources to secure Sunagakure's future. At this, the room fell silent. Regardless of their opinions on Raza as Kazekage, there was no denying that Sunagakure needed funds and resources. Seeing their reactions, Raza pulled out a map of the Land of Fire and laid it on the table. This is the Land of Fire's map. Here's the plan: Pakura, Michikawa, and I will each lead a group of shinobi. We will strike fast and hard, reaching this point within a single day. He traced a line dividing the Land of Fire into two sections. As we all know, outright defeating Konoha is impossible. Our goal is not victory but stalling for time. Stalling for time? Some of them were confused. Raza nodded and elaborated. As I said, our objective is wealth and resources. The Land of Fire is extremely wealthy. Even if we only occupy a third of its territory, we'll have access to major cities like Moriya, Monobe, and Daika, all filled with nobles and aristocrats. His eyes sharpened. Our mission is to rob them of everything they own. Now, he had their full attention. Copyright. No matter what opinions they held of Raza, his plan undeniably benefited Sunagakure's future. Satisfied, Raza gave his final instructions. Once we reach this area, our only priority will be to stall Konoha's counterattack. During this time, Elder Ebizo and Baki, I need you to lead your teams and strip those cities of all their wealth. Every single valuable must be taken back to Sunagakure, Euro. At last, the room no longer held doubt, only anticipation. Chapter 4, Seizing the Tailed Beast O. As Raza's words fell, the eyes of everyone in the room lit up. They did not feel any shame about such actions. After all, they were ninjas synonymous with shadows and deception. Moreover, such tactics were common among all the great nations and ninja villages. In the original storyline, Nagato's parents were killed by Konoha ninja while they were looting supplies. However, Raza had higher moral standards, so there were some things he needed to make clear beforehand. That said, I have one rule: though we are ninjas born to kill, we also have our own pride. In this mission, we must not harm ordinary civilians. His statement shocked everyone in the room. This was completely contrary to their usual practices. To these individuals, who had long been accustomed to killing, the idea of sparing civilians was foreign. As far as they were concerned, anyone on the other side was an enemy, regardless of their status. Their hearts had long since been numbed by endless slaughter. To them, Raza's words might have sounded like weakness. However, strangely enough, none of them felt he was being soft-hearted. Instead, a certain indescribable respect for him began to grow. Ignoring their astonished expressions, Raza continued. Our target is the wealthy nobles. Most of them are notorious for their vices, running gambling dens and brothels that hoard the wealth of entire cities. Moreover, since the last Ninja World War, the world has had time to recover, and these aristocrats must have accumulated significant wealth: gold, grain, minerals, and weapons. We want all of it. He then turned to his most trusted aide. But efficiency is key. Baki, I need you to mobilize the Umbu. Within 7 days, I want intelligence gathered on these cities. Identify key targets. However, no Genin will participate in the battle this time. That means all available lower-ranked ninja will be at your disposal. He then explained the rest of the plan. From the moment we cross the border into the land of fire, the clock starts. You will have 7 days. No matter what happens after that, we retreat. So, tell me, 7 days. Will that be enough? Hearing Raza's plan, even elders like Ebizo found themselves involuntarily convinced at that moment. 7. For the first time, despite their differing factions, they all agreed on a course of action that would benefit the village. Then, suddenly, Chiyo spoke up. And what about me? As one of Sunagakure's ultimate weapons, leading the puppet brigade out of the strategy was unreasonable. It also seemed like he was mocking the elder Chiyo, either because of her age or because of her reliability. But Raza had an explanation prepared. I need you, Elder Chiyo, to remain in the village and lead the puppet brigade. You will also be responsible for securing our retreat 7 days later. Konoha will not let us leave so easily, and there's even a chance they may counterattack the land of wind. The realization dawned on everyone. Raza had thought even further ahead than they expected. Chiyo had no objections. Registered. Very well. Then let's begin preparations. Secrecy is key. The success of this operation hinges on complete surprise. Konoha has plenty of spies in our village. Raza then turned to another elder as if he remembered something. Oh, and Elder Ebizo, since we've agreed to involve the daimyo in this war, we mustn't forget our own demands. I understand. I'll negotiate with the daimyo to secure as much funding as possible. Good. Then that settles it. Pakura and Michikawa, you may prepare. Elders Chiyo, Ebizo, and Baki, stay. There is something else I need to discuss. Raza's words made Pakura and Mikawa frown slightly, but after witnessing his strategic leadership, they had no choice but to respect his authority. Without any argument, they left. Once they were gone, Raza turned to the remaining 3 and spoke with an undeniable tone of command. I need you to hand over both Bunpuku and Shikaku to me, including all the sealing techniques. The room, which had been relatively calm, instantly tensed as Chiyo and Ebizo, who had seemed frail and weary just moments ago, snapped their eyes open, staring at Raza in shock. Chiyo reacted immediately, rejecting the idea without hesitation. Impossible. Even though you are the Kazekage, matters concerning Shikaku and the Jinchuriki are far too important. The second Kazekage entrusted this to us. It is best left in our care. Raza had expected this reaction. After all, if Sunagakure had a single most valuable asset, it was undoubtedly the one-tailed Shikaku. Unlike other tailed beasts, which had been captured and distributed among the great nations, Shikaku had always belonged to Sunagakure. The first Kazekage had personally captured and sealed it, and the second Kazekage's research on Shikaku's chakra had led to the development of puppet techniques and the ability to manipulate sand. Shikaku was deeply significant to Sunigakure. Moreover, as a massive military asset, the One Tail was also a disaster waiting to happen if mishandled. But Raza needed Shikaku. Despite Chiyo's outright refusal, Raza remained calm because he had absolute confidence in his leverage. Leaning back in his seat, he said in a composed tone, "I know the truth about the Third Kazekage's disappearance." Chiyo and Ebizo's expressions darkened. They couldn't understand why Raza was suddenly shifting the topic from the tailed beast to the previous Kazekage. The Third Kazekage is dead. That much was expected. Though many in the village still clung to the belief that he was merely missing. Those who understood the power dynamics of the world knew that a Kage-level ninja wouldn't simply vanish without reason. The only possible answer was that he had been killed. Who killed him? Ebizo couldn't help but ask. Raza did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked directly at Chiyo and posed a question. "Elder Chiyo, do you not already know the answer?" His counter-question made Chiyo freeze. Her first instinct was to retort, but then, as if a terrible realization had dawned upon her, her aged body suddenly stiffened. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Raza. Seeing this reaction, Raza knew that she had figured it out, or rather, that she had always known deep down but refused to accept it. After all, when the Third Kazekage went missing, one other person had disappeared alongside him. Someone Chiyo never wanted to suspect. "So, Elder Chiyo, you understand now. The choice is yours. Do you want me to say it out loud, or will you hand over Shikaku?" Though Chiyo was an elder and a powerful shinobi, the weight of Raza's words pressed heavily upon her. Her face darkened as she responded in a low, dangerous voice. "Are you threatening me?" "No. Not at all. I am simply proposing a trade. Besides, as Kazekage, the power of the tailed beast rightfully belongs under my control." Chiyo had half a mind to refuse outright. But then she recalled the image of a lonely child, isolated from the world. Her resolve wavered. In the end, as if surrendering, she sighed heavily, her already aged body seeming even older. "I understand. I will trade you Shikaku." Seeing this unexpected development, Ebizo was stunned. He had never imagined that his once unyielding sister would actually yield. He had no idea what was happening until Raza's next words revealed everything. "I don't know his exact whereabouts, but from the intelligence I've gathered, he has turned himself into a human puppet. Not only that." Raza paused, then dropped the final bombshell. "He has also turned the Third Kazekage's corpse into a puppet." At that moment, Chiyo and Ebizo fell completely silent. Even Baki, who had been listening on the sidelines, turned pale with horror. "I'm impossible, is the culprit Sasori?" Chapter 5, Shikaku. "Shut up." Upon hearing Baki speak that name, Chiyo instantly shouted, as if the name itself was some forbidden taboo. She then glared fiercely at Baki. A ninja of the Kage level emanates extraordinary pressure, and Baki is immediately drenched in cold sweat, unable to say a word. It was Raza who spoke to ease the situation. "It's okay, Elder Chiyo. Please don't worry. Baki's lips are sealed. This information won't leak out." Seeing this, Chiyo withdrew her pressure, sighed deeply, and with a slightly more aged voice, said, "I understand. Follow me. Older sister, you, huh? I understand." From this moment on, at least Chiyo and Elder Chiyo could no longer act as obstacles to Raza's control over Sunigakure. Although Sunigakure is located deep in the desert, it doesn't mean there's no water. Otherwise, the first Kazekage wouldn't have established the village here. In fact, beneath the canyon where Sunigakure is situated, there is a massive underground river. This results in several oases within the village, proving that it is not devoid of greenery. At the deepest part of the Sunagakure Canyon, there is a fairly large lake. Behind the lake is a towering cliff, and halfway up the cliff, there is a huge cave. This is where Sunagakure's first one-tailed Jinchuriki, Bunpuku, is imprisoned. This is the sealing technique for Shikaku, along with the key to undo the seal. Go on Voron. H. Although she had agreed to Raza's request, she was still being coerced and had to hand over her beloved grandson. Chiyo couldn't bring herself to be polite to Raza. Once they arrived at their destination, she threw a key and a scroll at Raza, then turned and left without looking back. Elder Chiyo's brother, Ebizo, felt conflicted upon seeing this. The tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki are critical. I hope you, Kazekage, will act with caution and not lead yourself astray. After this caution, Ebizo also left. Raza paid no attention to the two of them. At this moment, his focus was entirely on the tailed beast and the Jinchuriki imprisoned in the cave. His control over the village would strengthen as long as he controlled the tailed beast and Jinchuriki. Be alert around the area. No one should approach unless I give the order. After instructing Baki, Raza waved his hand, and numerous sand grains surged beneath his feet like spring water, lifting Raza's body and carrying him to the entrance of the cave. The two guards at the entrance were surprised to see the Kazekage's arrival and quickly saluted. Kazekage-sama. What Raza was about to do could not be seen by anyone, so he waved his hand and said, "You two step aside. I need to speak with Bunpuku." The two guards exchanged a glance. Although curious, they weren't courageous enough to disobey the Kazekage's order. Since Raza had arrived, it was clear that the two elders had already given their approval, so they nodded and saluted. "As you command, Kazekage-sama." Once the guards left, Raza stepped forward and slowly walked deeper into the cave. The cave where Bunpuku was imprisoned wasn't very deep. After just a few steps, Raza saw the massive wooden barred prison, and inside it was an elderly man with white hair, resembling a monk, along with a giant teapot behind him, which was used to seal Shikaku. Although Raza, being familiar with the storyline, had mentally prepared for the treatment of the Jinchuriki, he still couldn't help but sigh upon actually seeing the elderly man locked up here for his entire life. The old monk's ragged robes were covered in dust, his gaunt body with visible scars, and the food scattered across the floor made it a sight of misery. Bunpuku. Compared to this old man, Naruto had led a much better life. Registered. At that moment, Bunpuku, sensing a stranger's presence, lifted his head weakly and, in a voice full of age, spoke. "You seem sorrowful, young man." Raza didn't respond immediately, instead asking, "Do you hate this village? Since the way they've treated you?" Bunpuku didn't answer. Instead, he pressed his palms together and closed his eyes, as if meditating like an ascetic monk. Seeing this, Raza didn't press further. He walked up, noticed the keyhole at the center of the prison, and took out the key that Chiyo had given him. He inserted it. The sealing technique visibly broke with a series of clicks, and the large prison bars slowly retracted into the air. Upon seeing his prison open, Bunpuku was startled and asked, "You are?" "I am the village's fourth Kazekage." "I see. You are already the fourth, looks like a long time has passed outside." Bunpuku sighed deeply. Raza stepped forward and began to observe the old man closely. Unlike Gaara, who worried about Shikaku taking over his body and had sleepless nights, Bunpuku showed no signs of that fear. "It looks like you've gotten along with Shikaku." While chatting with Bunpuku, Raza also took out the scroll Chiyo had handed him and began to examine it. Bunpuku, perhaps feeling a bit lonely and not having had anyone talk to him for a long time, responded. Tailed beasts, like humans, also have emotions. No matter what, if there's mutual understanding, we can coexist peacefully and accept each other. You're an extraordinary person. Unfortunately, there aren't many people in this world willing to understand the tailed beasts like you do. Raza's words surprised Bunpuku, because Bunpuku could clearly sense the way Raza spoke, treating both humans and tailed beasts as equals, something he had never felt from previous Kages, who had always viewed the tailed beasts as terrifying beasts and chakra weapons. Bunpuku took a serious look at this young Kazekage for the first time. Unfortunately, Raza wasn't paying attention to him. Given Raza's skill, mastering these sealing techniques wasn't difficult for him. In just about 5 minutes, Raza had almost fully understood the technique. Finally, he gathered the scroll and turned to Bunpuku, saying, My purpose here is simple. I need Shikaku's chakra. Bunpuku's gaze dimmed again. I see. You're after Shikaku's power. Yes. And with your current condition, if I forcibly undo the seal and extract that much chakra, you might die. So, I hope you can give me Shikaku's chakra yourself. Given how familiar you are with it, you should be able to use Shikaku's power now. Upon hearing this, Bunpuku sighed deeply. Thank you, Kazekage-sama, but unfortunately, even though I've made peace with the beast inside me, it still harbors a grudge against humans and refuses to lend me its power. Is that so? At that moment, Raza hesitated. Although death and killing were normal in the ninja world, he still couldn't bring himself to make the decision that might kill this pitiful old man. Moreover, while Shikaku's power seemed weak in the original story, Raza wasn't sure if he could control it once released. He hadn't prepared a new Jinchuriki. Copyright. Raza had just become the Kazekage, and if he let Shikaku escape and cause destruction in the village, his reputation would plummet. Sensing Raza's hesitation, Bunpuku spoke up gently. Kazekage-sama, do you really need Shikaku's power? Raza nodded faintly. I understand. Then, there's no need to hesitate. I'll do my best to hold on and try not to die. Seeing Bunpuku's resolve, Raza's gaze sharpened. Although Raza had effectively usurped the position, the fusion of memories gave him some of the original personality traits. After all, this man had turned his son into a monster. Without further hesitation, Raza stepped forward and extended his hand. Thank you. Grand sealing technique. Release. As Raza broke the seal on Bunpuku's body, an evil purple chakra poured out from Bunpuku, causing the temperature in the cave to drop several degrees. Seeing all this, Raza didn't waste any time. He placed his palm on Bunpuku's head. The black diamond-shaped symbol on his palm absorbed the dark chakra that spilled from Shikaku, pulling it into Raza's body. Chapter 6, Chakra Setting. Over an hour later, Baki, who had been waiting at the cliff base, saw Raza appear in front of him in an instant. Before he could speak, Raza's voice sounded cold. From today onwards, Bunpuku and Shikaku will be under your care. Find a suitable place for him, ensure he is well cared for, and do not let anyone approach him. Baki immediately nodded in agreement and summoned the Umbu to take action. Raza then waved his hand, and countless golden sands appeared beneath his feet. About an hour ago, Raza's figure had been lifted into the sky through the surge of gold dust like a spring. This time, however, the gold dust directly gathered beneath Raza's feet, forming a golden sand cloud that carried his body and flew into the air. It should be noted that, prior to this, Raza could not do this. In the manga, Gaara could only control sand to this extent during the Fourth Great Ninja War, but at that time, Gaara only controlled sand. In contrast, Raza could now control gold, dust and sand. Among the generations of Kazekage, the third Kazekage was called the strongest, because his magnetic release controlled not just sand but iron sand. Iron sand has 6 times the density of regular sand. Density represents mass, mass represents weight, and weight translates into destructive and defensive power. Raza's magnetic release is even more abnormal because, based on iron sand, he advanced his control to gold dust, which has twice the density of iron sand. This means stronger defensive and destructive power. However, this also limits Raza's further control over the gold dust. That's because the chakra and energy required to control it increase exponentially. As a result, Raza's control over gold dust is not as flexible as the third Kazekage's or Gaara's. His magnetic release excels in wide-range AoE effects rather than single-target destruction. However, that was in the past. One could only say that this attempt brought Raza countless surprises. After absorbing Shikaku's chakra through the Kama seal, he immediately felt changes in his body. The change in the magnetic release was just one aspect. He was also eager to feel the power he had just gained. However, the village was not a suitable place for experimentation. Thinking of this, his figure quickly ascended with the help of the gold dust cloud. As a leader of this level, Raza's fine control over his body allowed him to quickly master the ability to fly with the help of the gold dust cloud. As everything beneath him grew smaller, Raza experienced, for the first time, just how magnificent the village he now controlled truly was. Looking out, Sunagakure was much larger than Raza had imagined. In the vast canyon, various stone buildings with a distinctive Sunagakure style and earthy yellow color stood densely, so packed that Raza was reminded of the steel and concrete cities from his past life. In other words, in terms of population, Sunagakure was not weaker than the other hidden villages, it just lacked resources and an environment. With this in mind, Raza now had a rough idea of the village he would need to manage in the future. However, developing the village was a matter for later. For now, improving his strength was the most important. With this thought, he flew directly towards the desert at the edge of Sunagakure. Demon Desert. This terrifying name knows the desert surrounding Sunagakure. From the name alone, one can tell how formidable this desert is. This is also why, even in the plot, characters like Sasori and Deidara did not choose to raid Sunagakure by attacking it from the desert's periphery. This force of nature cannot be opposed by human strength. Though ninjas possess strength far greater than ordinary humans, in the face of a deathly, boundless desert, even they must hesitate. The Demon Desert is only a small part of the entire Land of Wind's desert. According to Raza's memory, over 80% of the Land of Wind is barren desert, which helps explain why the Wind Daimyo was so invested in this war. Who wouldn't be tempted by the lush, fertile lands of the Land of Fire? Fortunately, although this vast desert restricts Sunagakure's outward expansion, it also provides a natural protective barrier, sparing Sunagakure the trouble of stationing guards around the village. Anyway, Raza quickly used the gold dust cloud to reach the massive desert outside the village. The scorching sunlight and the howling sandstorm made Raza once again experience the harsh environment of Sunagakure. Although Raza did not absorb too much of Shikaku's chakra due to concerns for Bunpuku's life and the risk of Shikaku escaping, a tailed beast is still a tailed beast. Even just a small amount of chakra that leaked out, absorbed through the Kama seal, brought Raza enough surprises. First, Raza's magnetic release became stronger. As a representative of the pinnacle of the ninja world, as a Kage, Raza gained a rough understanding of the chakra in this world through his memories. He also understood that the process of refining chakra and releasing it as ninjutsu is quite complicated. In simple terms, the practitioner first needs to mix the physical and mental energy produced by the body's 130 trillion cells, which is the chakra's embryonic form. However, at this point, chakra is just raw energy and lacks any specific attribute. To convert chakra into ninjutsu, it must change from being attributeless to having one of the known 7 basic attributes: yin, yang, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. This is why, in the world of ninjas, many people can refine chakra but cannot use ninjutsu. Take the famous taijutsu master, Rock Lee, for example. He simply cannot convert the chakra from attributeless to attribute chakra, which is required to release ninjutsu. This doesn't mean he lacks chakra in his body, otherwise, how could he train in the 8 gates? Most people who become ninjas naturally have the ability to convert attribute less chakra into the corresponding chakra type. The talent to become a ninja, as tested by chakra paper, refers to this ability. For example, Raza was naturally born with 3 types of chakra: wind, earth, and water. By the time one reaches the Jonin level, after mastering chakra nature transformation, most Jonin can control several chakra attributes. However, there is still a difference between innate and acquired abilities. The difference lies in the fact that an innate chakra attribute automatically converts attribute-less chakra into the corresponding attribute, a process that does not require any extra effort from the practitioner. In contrast, someone who Chapter 7, Bloodline Limit and Secret Techniques. In Naruto, the so-called bloodline limits, Kekkei Genkai, refer to techniques that can be inherited through bloodlines or genetics. Note that these are techniques, not chakra attributes. For example, take Raza's control over magnet release, gold dust technique. He can use magnet release not because his chakra possesses an additional attribute called magnetism, but because he fused his wind and earth chakra attributes together and then performed a nature transformation on the 2 types of chakra, which allowed them to generate magnetic force. He then used this magnetic force to remotely control gold dust. This is the essence of magnet release. However, across the entire ninja world, it's clear that not all bloodline limits come from family inheritance. Some ninjas can master unique bloodline limits on their own. For example, a representative of the Sunigakure civilian faction, Pakura, who possesses Scorch Release. In fact, Scorch Release is also a bloodline limit, but Pakura herself calls it a secret technique. So, what is the difference? It lies in the fact that, unlike Raza's magnet release, which is inherited through his bloodline and genes, Pakura developed Scorch Release herself by fusing earth and fire chakra through nature transformation. If Pakura were to have offspring in the future who could inherit her Scorch Release, then her technique would no longer be a secret technique but would become a true bloodline limit. This is the difference between a bloodline limit and a secret technique. In simple terms, there are no naturally occurring bloodline limits in this world. Even the Sharingan and Byakugan are the result of powerful and talented ninjas developing secret techniques, which were then passed down through their bloodlines to become bloodline limits. This is also why Pakura holds such high prestige in Sunigakure. She developed a unique secret technique on her own, and if passed down, it may lead to the birth of a powerful family with a bloodline limit. It is this talent and potential that the village values. Of course, in terms of ability, a bloodline limit is superior to a secret technique, as the distinction lies in innate versus learned abilities. The power from inheritance and genetics is already present, requiring only a small cost to master and release. In contrast, a secret technique requires a vast amount of time, incredible ninja talent, and hard training to control. So, while somewhat awkward, Raza, the Fourth Kazekage, is not comparable to Pakura in terms of talent. Even though Raza's magnet release is an innovation on the Third Kazekage's technique, granting him control over gold dust, it is still very different from Pakura's achievement of developing something from nothing. However, the current Raza, having transmigrated into this world, is different, because he now possesses an external aid, seal. Through this attempt, he has begun to understand the first function of the seal. It can alter the user's physical constitution and grant them some abilities of the ones they absorb. Raza doesn't feel ashamed of surpassing Pakura simply because he has a special ability. This is a world where life is cheap, and in the world of ninjas, strength is everything. Although seal seems quite unstable compared to the possibility of being possessed in the future, Raza knows that the power he possesses right now is far more important. Also, although Raza's magnet release is a bloodline limit, he still needs to fuse the wind and earth chakras together when using it, then perform a natural transformation to generate magnetic force. However, unlike secret techniques, he inherently mastered this power once he awakened magnet release. He doesn't need to possess the exceptional talent like Pakura, who had to develop scorch release through hard work, requiring over 100 times the effort Raza had to put in. But this does not mean Raza can skip the process entirely, right? Nope. It is because, after Raza absorbed Shikaku's chakra through seal, which caused certain changes in his body, he discovered that he could indeed skip this process. Simply put, when Raza would use magnet release in the future, he will no longer needs to actively fuse the two chakra types to generate magnetic force. His body will automatically combine the two types of chakra to produce the necessary magnetic force through high-density refining. In simpler terms, now Raza's magnet release has become an innate power, just like Shikaku's. This means that Raza can not only save the energy spent on refining chakra, improving his control over magnet release, but he can also conserve a massive amount of chakra. When refining chakra to a high concentration, energy consumption is inevitable, but with the automatic process, this issue is eliminated. Raza felt that the amount of chakra required for him to use magnet release at the same strength was now less than half of what it used to be. This is why Raza can now freely fly with such high-density gold sand. Besides the changes in his magnet release, Raza also gained two other abilities from Shikaku's chakra. With a wave of his arm, Raza's sand beneath his feet began to shake violently, then rolled like ocean waves before slowly gathering into a gigantic arm, as large as a mountain, rising from the desert and slamming down powerfully. Boom! Indeed, Raza had gained Shikaku's unique ability to control sand. While manipulating regular sand was far easier compared to the dense gold dust, it still provided a powerful advantage. With a subtle flow of his chakra, Raza began to mold the sand around him, slowly forming a colossal sand creature in the vast desert. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the creature resembled Shikaku, the One-Tail. The sand monster's tail lashed wildly, striking the desert floor violently. However, unlike the real Shikaku, the creature lacked fine details, and its movements were notably awkward, showcasing its crude construction from mere sand. Despite this, it was clear that Raza now possessed the ability to summon large-scale creatures when necessary. Yet, while the sheer size and presence of the creature were formidable, regular sand couldn't compare to the defense of powerful techniques like the Susanoo, which was known for its perfect balance of offense and defense. Fortunately for Raza, he had a plan. As his chakra continued to flow, streams of gold sand surged from beneath the sand Shikaku's feet, climbing up its massive form and merging with the regular sand to reinforce it. This fusion made the creature much sturdier. But, well, constructing such an immense entity from pure gold sand was an immense strain on Raza's chakra, particularly given his current level of control. He wasn't yet a being on the scale of a Jinchuriki who could rely on vast chakra reserves to support such feats. Nonetheless, Raza understood that a fully Gold Sand giant, impressive as it was, wouldn't be as effective in terms of offensive power or defensive capability. The combination of Gold Sand and regular sand, while not perfect, presented a far more viable solution for now. Perhaps one day, when his chakra reserves matched the scale of a tailed beast, he could entertain the idea of creating a fully Gold Sand giant. But for the time being, this hybrid approach was the optimal choice. Gazing at the enormous sand Shikaku before him, formed from a mixture of gold and regular sand, Raza thought carefully. After a moment of contemplation, he declared with certainty, "I shall name this move, Magnet Release, Shikaku's Avatar." But Raza's acquisition of power didn't stop there. Along with the Magnet Release and sand manipulation, he had inherited another formidable ability from Shikaku. In the blink of an eye, Raza performed a body flicker technique and appeared atop the head of the sand Shikaku, placing his right hand gently on its head. Chakra surged through his palm, and in an instant, intricate sealing symbols began to manifest, spreading across the entirety of the sand creature's form. This newfound ability was a direct result of Raza absorbing Shikaku's chakra through the Kama seal. Unlike any Raza had encountered, the seals held a unique power, the power of sealing jutsu. When Raza briefly tested the seals, he was astounded by their strength. Even beings at the Six Paths level, such as Uchiha Madara's Rasengan clone, could be sealed with ease, particularly when combined with sage techniques. The potential of this power exceeded Raza's expectations, giving him an even greater sense of confidence. With these abilities now at his disposal, Raza felt more than capable of facing the top-tier ninjas from Konoha. The next phase of his journey was clear: to master these newfound powers, refine his techniques, and prepare for the wars that loomed on the horizon. Chapter 8: The War Begins. 7 days slipped away in an instant. Boom! Across the expansive desert, yellow sand blanketed the earth. The air was searing, hot, dry, and stifling. With a deafening roar, the ground trembled. In the distance, like a massive tsunami, clouds of sand and gold surged from two opposite directions. They collided with a force so violent that it sent towering waves of sand spiraling hundreds of meters into the air. The earth beneath seemed to quiver under the immense pressure. After the collision, countless arms crafted from sand and gold shot upward at blinding speed, moving so fast that the human eye could barely follow. They spiraled into the sky, twisting and contorting as they crashed into each other with a bone-chilling screech. The grains of sand and gold then transformed into a torrential downpour, raining down from the heavens. But as they fell, something strange happened. Halfway down, the sand and gold particles, under the influence of an unseen force, morphed into sharp, needle-like objects. They rained down like fine, deadly droplets, whistling as they cut through the air, their piercing sound almost unbearable. What had once been a vast, endless desert was now a nightmarish sea of needles, each one capable of cutting through flesh and bone, a sight so horrifying it felt like an unholy landscape, a living hell. At the outer edge of this violent clash of sand and gold, Baki, an elite jonin, swallowed nervously. He stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide with awe as he witnessed the terrifying power of the Kazekage's control. It was his first time witnessing such a force in action. He dared not ask how the Kazekage had come to master the sand control technique, originally developed by the second Kazekage. The answer seemed unnecessary, for some questions were better left unspoken. Nearly an hour later, the monumental battle came to an end. The desert, once a battleground, returned to a tranquil stillness. Amidst the vast expanse of yellow sand, Raza, standing tall upon a swirling cloud of sand and gold, descended gracefully. He approached Baki with his presence, commanding and cold. Upon seeing him, Baki immediately knelt in a respectful salute. Kazekage-sama. Raza gave a slight nod, his gaze as piercing as ever. How is the preparation progressing? It wasn't intentional cruelty on Raza's part, it was simply his nature. Cold. Calculating. Merciless. The Raza who had crossed over into this new life had not been immune to the lingering influence of his former memories. In the past 7 days, the weight of the impending war with Konoha had consumed him entirely. He hadn't even returned home to see his newlywed wife, Karura, whom he had left behind in the original timeline. There had been no time for personal matters. The pressure was simply overwhelming, and the looming conflict too urgent to ignore. Every moment, Raza immersed himself in the knowledge drawn from the original plot and his own memories. He worked tirelessly to familiarize himself with the full extent of his power while simulating potential battles that might unfold. In his mind, he anticipated every scenario, mentally preparing himself for any response needed, preparing for the inevitable war that loomed. The intelligence has been gathered. We've thoroughly investigated the wealth and actual controllers of the major nobles in the 3 large cities Shimuru, Monabu, and Daiko, along with 14 other medium and small cities. We are ready to strike with absolute certainty. Raza nodded in approval, clearly satisfied with the progress. He shifted his focus, his voice sharp as he inquired, "What is the status of the ninjas?" Regarding the Jonin, based on our current count, Lady Pakura commands 25. Lord Ichikawa commands 30, and the Umbu have 28. They are all waiting for your orders, Kazekage-sama. As for the Chunin, we have a total of 325. Raza considered the information carefully. How is the Umbu arranged? According to your plan, we've assigned 17 Jonin to lead separate teams, each responsible for overseeing 1 city. Additionally, in coordination with Elder Chiyo's sealing team, each city will have at least 2 Jonin. Shimuru, Monabu, and Daiko will each be reinforced with 3 Jonin. As for the Genin, aside from those still enrolled in the ninja school, we have a total of 2,325, organized into 17 large teams. Raza's expression darkened as he absorbed the details. The numbers were troubling. The lack of Jonin was particularly alarming, and the number of Genin was surprisingly low as well. And it was clear that Sunagakure was struggling to maintain a sufficient pool of skilled ninjas. This was not a time of war, but a period of fragile recovery after more than a decade of hardship. In the aftermath of the Fourth Shinobi War, when the 5 great nations had united to field an army of 80,000 ninjas, the other countries had at least been able to mobilize thousands of ninjas during the rebuilding period. But Sunagakure was still far behind. Raza hoped that, after this operation, the influx of funds and resources would help Sunagakure rapidly expand its ninja ranks, allowing them to recover more swiftly. You've done well." His praise was brief, but his tone turned colder as he continued, his voice taking on a hardened edge. "Remember this: every single resource allocated for this operation must remain strictly under the control of the Umbu. No one, not even the elders, is allowed to approach it without my explicit orders." Baki, standing before him, nodded nervously, his hands clasped before him. "Understood, Kazekage-sama. But what about Elder Chiyo?" "Don't worry," Raza replied with a chilling calmness. "She won't interfere." Baki recalled the past events involving Sasori and Elder Chiyo's role in handing over-the-tailed beast to the Kazekage. He nodded with a knowing look, his unease briefly forgotten. Is there anything else? Lady Pakura and Lord Ichikawa have requested confirmation regarding the exact time of departure. The spies from other villages are beginning to catch wind of our movements. We can't keep this under wraps for much longer. Raza's eyes narrowed, calculating. In that case, tell them that the time to attack Konoha will be 3 days from now, at sunset. Understood. As Baki vanished in a blur of movement, Raza exhaled deeply, a heavy weight pressing down on his chest. He knew this was only the beginning of something far greater, something that could alter the fate of the entire ninja world. In just 3 days, Raza would be thrust into the harsh and unforgiving reality of the ninja world. The battle that awaited him was bound to be brutal, but he had prepared himself as best he could. Fortunately, he had already thoroughly familiarized himself with the power of his own body, mastering his magnet release, the sand control technique, and even the Shikaku curse seal. Over the past few days, he had grown increasingly accustomed to ninja combat strategies as well. However, upon reflecting deeply on his current state, Raza came to a stark realization: his secret techniques were still lacking. But what exactly did he mean by his secret techniques? To understand his predicament, consider the 5 Kage, the leaders of the major ninja villages. Take the Third Shinobi of Iwagakure, for instance. He possessed Dust Release, a technique capable of disintegrating anything it touched. This technique was nearly invincible in the current ninja world. If it landed, death was certain. Then, there was the Third Shinobi of Kumogakure, who wielded the lightning release chakra mode. This ability granted him speed that rivaled space-time ninjutsu, such as the Flying Thunder God technique. His defense was nearly impervious in close combat, making him a formidable force on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the third Hokage of Konoha was an even more terrifying figure. Not only had he mastered a variety of S-rank techniques created by the second Hokage, but his summoning beast, the Monkey King, Enma, could easily counter Raza's Shikaku form. This made him an unparalleled adversary. Among the 5 Kage, Raza and the third Mizukage of Kirigakure were the only ones whose techniques were not quite on the same level. Raza wielded Magnet Release, and the Mizukage controlled Boil Release. While both abilities were powerful in their own right, they didn't hold the same destructive potential as the techniques of the other Kage. Raza knew that with Sunegakure's surprise attack on the Land of Fire now inevitable, he had no choice but to move forward. Konoha would not stand idly by. They would respond, and Raza understood the danger of facing the legendary Third Hokage. Although Konoha's high-level battle power appeared somewhat stretched, the presence of the Third Hokage in the village was a stabilizing force that could turn the tide in an instant. If he were to join the battle, Raza wasn't confident in his ability to win. In light of this, Raza realized that he needed to find a way to increase his chances. At the very least, to avoid a humiliating defeat. However, there was a significant problem: his current state made it impractical to draw more chakra from the Guardian Crane. With only 3 days left before the attack, Raza knew there was no time to acquire more chakra from distant sources, like the meteorite from Star Village, Hashigakure, or the source of the Ryumayaku Dragon Veins of Rorin. As the Kazekage, Raza couldn't leave Sunegakuure at such a critical juncture. The responsibility of leading his village weighed heavily on him. After a long period of contemplation, Raza realized that there was only one viable option left: the Rasengan. This was a technique that every transmigrator was familiar with, and Raza had already made the decision to try and master it. Fortunately, the detailed training method for the Rasengan was available in the manga, and with guidance from Previous transmigrators, Raza understood the technique better than most. Despite the short time available to him, Raza believed that with his Kage level strength and exam level skill, he might be able to master the technique in just 3 days. More importantly, he had no other choice. And so, in the blink of an eye, the 3 days passed, and Sunagekyu's surprise attack on the Land of Fire finally began. Chapter 9, Raid on the Land of Fire, Part 1. Land of Wind, Sunagekure. As the sun began to set, the scorching heat of the desert slowly faded, replaced by a rapid drop in temperature. Under the cold moonlight, the vast expanse of Sunagekure appeared eerily deserted. The streets, usually bustling with life, were now silent, devoid of movement. Under the strict curfew enforced by the village, every household had tightly secured their doors, and the village itself seemed frozen in time. The only sound breaking the silence was the whisper of the wind as it carried sand and grit across the barren landscape. Over the past 3 days, every villager had witnessed the undeniable changes sweeping through Sunagekure. They could feel the tension in the air, a growing unease that hung heavy over the entire village. The imminent war was no longer a distant rumor, it was a reality. Though many were deeply worried, the villagers knew this was a path they could not avoid. As members of a ninja village, they understood that war was inevitable. Sunagekure, the sky path. Hundreds of ninjas stood in precise formation, their eyes sharp and focused, already deployed and ready for action. The sky path was a critical area, and the ninjas had been stationed here for one purpose, the mission that would mark the beginning of Sunagekure's participation in the coming war. The ninjas were arranged into 3 separate formations, each consisting of 5 members. Pakura led the formation to the left, while Baki commanded the one to the right. The area was heavily guarded, and every route was blocked to prevent unauthorized approaches. There was no room for error. In the center of the formations, a dark figure descended from the sky, his presence commanding immediate attention. At the sight of him, every ninja in the area knelt on one knee, bowing in unison. Kazekage-sama, they called in perfect synchronization. Raza, standing before them in the same ninja attire he had worn when Gaara became the Kazekage, didn't speak much. His expression was cold, his demeanor authoritative. He glanced briefly at Pakura and Baki, his sharp gaze cutting through the tension that had built up in the air. "Follow the plan, now," Raza commanded. "Move out!" "Yes." In an instant, the ninjas sprang into action, vanishing into the shadows as they quickly moved along the sky path. Their speed was unmatched, and they were ready for the deadly mission ahead. Raza, Pakura, and Michikawa wasted no time, following closely behind the rapidly advancing ninjas. Under the cover of night, countless shadows raced across the vast desert, disappearing into the darkness. Every step was calculated, and every movement was precise. The war that awaited them was drawing near, and Sunagekure was finally taking its first step into the chaos. At the same time, hidden spies embedded within Sunagekure's slums began transmitting information through various channels. Such a large-scale operation could not remain secret for long. Within the span of an hour, all the other ninja villages across the world became aware of Sunagekure's actions. The sudden mobilization was a clear sign Sunagekure was no longer on the sidelines. It had thrown its lot into the upcoming ninja world war. The only remaining question was which ninja village Sunagekure would target as its enemy. This was far from a simple decision. Throughout the First and Second Great Ninja Wars, Sunagekure did not limit itself to attacking Konoha. In fact, during the height of its power in the Second Great Ninja War, Sunigakure had launched offensives against all three of the major ninja countries, sparking wars with each of the leading villages. However, despite this aggressive history, the other four great ninja villages had not remained passive. They had fortified their borders, preparing for any future conflicts. According to the intelligence gathered, Sunigakure was now deploying its strongest forces in the upcoming campaign. Dawn was approaching. The land of rivers lay nestled between the land of wind and the land of fire, a small and insignificant country in the grand scheme of the ninja world. In such a world, small nations had little dignity or autonomy, they were simply battlefields for the great powers to contest. Take the land of rivers, for example. Lacking its own ninja village, it was forced to watch as Konoha and Sunigakure ninjas frequently crossed its borders in their respective campaigns. In response to the mounting tension, Konoha's forces stationed in the land of rivers had been on high alert, stepping up patrols in preparation for an anticipated attack from Sunigakure. However, the situation was far from ideal. Konoha's forces were stretched thin. They had to leave several ninjas stationed along the land of fire's borders, meaning each ninja had to juggle multiple responsibilities. It was an exhausting and precarious situation. With most of Konoha's forces already engaged on the battlefield with Kumogakure, there was no opportunity for reinforcements to be sent to the land of rivers. The rising tensions with Kumogakure were too critical to ignore, and the risk of a full-blown war with Kumogakure left Konoha little room to maneuver. The relationship between Konoha and Kumogakure had been fraught with hostility for years, ever since the death of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, during the Second Great Ninja War. Although the cause of his death had been an internal conflict within Kumogakure, the fact remained that it was Kumogakure ninjas who had killed him. The grievances did not end there. Over the years, Kumogakure had provoked Konoha on multiple occasions, with one of the most significant incidents being the kidnapping of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This attack tested the patience of Konoha's leadership, and though Konoha refrained from retaliating immediately, they did not forget the offense. The subsequent rampage of the Kyubi Jinchuriki in Konoha was their response. An event that left deep scars in the village's history. Registered. As for the other, Kumogakure, for its part, had become more assertive in recent years. Located in the land of lightning, Kumogakure was a ninja village with a fierce emphasis on military strength. While the geographical conditions of the land of lightning were far more advantageous than those of the land of wind, with its plentiful hills and rivers, Kumogakure had long coveted the fertile plains of the land of fire. This long-standing desire had been supported by the daimyo of the land of lightning, who had relentlessly backed Kumogakure's military expansion. The rise of the hawkish Third Raikage had only escalated the situation. Under his leadership, Kumogakure's military power reached new heights. Their forces were stronger than ever, and the village had invested heavily in acquiring and controlling tailed beasts. This aggressive stance had provoked tensions with the entire ninja world. However, despite the escalating tension, neither Konoha nor Kumogakure was ready to initiate a war at this time. Both villages knew that the stakes were high, and that any conflict would have far-reaching consequences. Until Konoha inadvertently allowed Kumogakure to see victory. First, after the Second Great Ninja War, the newly appointed Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo, leader of Root, began a relentless campaign against the Uchiha clan, shocking even Kumogakure. This internal conflict left Konoha vulnerable and weakened in the eyes of other nations. Then came a significant blow to Konoha's strength. Intelligence reports revealed that Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, had developed hemophobia following the war. As a result, she could no longer serve on the front lines, and other villages saw her absence as a major advantage. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu had long been coveted by the other major ninja villages, and her inability to fight only made Konoha seem more fragile. Oh! Just when Kumogakure thought this news could not be topped, another shocking report reached their ears. Tsukumo Hatake, the revered Konoha's white fan, a figure whose reputation rivaled that of the legendary three ninjas during the Second Great Ninja War, had taken his own life in his home. The Third Raikage, upon hearing the news, initially thought it was a false report sent by Konoha, an attempt to mislead or deceive. A man of Tsukumo Hatake's stature could never succumb to taking his own life due to rumors, no matter how strong the pressure was. However, when the news was confirmed, it left the Third Raikage in shock and regret. At that moment, he realized the beginning of Konoha's decline. That same year, the Third Raikage, in an attempt to gauge Konoha's true strength, sent agents to the small country of the Land of Hot Water, which bordered both the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. The agents were tasked with frequent probing to test Konoha's response. The results were not what Konoha had hoped for. Through these consistent probes, Kumogakure learned that Konoha's response was telling. No one was left to stand in their way. Tsukumo Hatake's tragic death, Tsunade's hemophobia, and the dwindling presence of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, two of the other legendary Sannin, painted a bleak picture for Konoha. These once feared and revered figures were now suppressed by the Elder Council to the point of being irrelevant. The weight of leadership had now fallen upon the shoulders of a young man barely in his 20s, Minato Namikaze, the Fourth Hokage. And, yes, I know many things don't align perfectly with the original timeline, but please treat this as an alternate timeline. Initially, the Third Raikage had believed this to be a mere smokescreen, a trick to mislead other villages. However, as more intelligence came in, he was appalled to discover just how deeply Konoha was fractured. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, once giants in the ninja world, were now barely able to raise their heads, their influence all but extinguished by the Elder Council. To the Third Raikage, it was utterly laughable. Konoha, once the center of power in the ninja world, now appeared like a shadow of its former self. By this point, the Third Raikage saw a clear opportunity for victory. He wasted no time and began mobilizing his ninja forces on a full scale. The soldiers were dispatched through the Land of Hot Water, heading straight for the border of the Land of Fire, preparing for the upcoming war with Konoha. At the same time, the Third Kazekage of Iwagakure, Inoki, also recognized that Iwagakure's chance to strike had arrived. The Land of Fire was the ultimate prize, and Inoki knew this was his moment. He immediately started mobilizing his forces, sending them through the neutral territory of the Land of Grass and towards the border of the Land of Fire, ready to claim a portion of the spoils of the war. Even Kirigakure, the Mist Village, had entered the fray, sending its ninjas as mercenaries to participate in the looming conflict. Kirigakure, which had long been a player in the shadows, was preparing to make its presence felt in the war. Yet, amidst all this activity, Sunagakure remained eerily silent. Its movements were difficult to gauge, and its absence from the preparations caused some concern. However, other ninja villages understood this silence. After all, the sudden disappearance of Sunagakure's Third Kazekage had sent shockwaves through the entire ninja world. It had raised more questions than answers, but now it seemed that Sunagakure had resolved its internal turmoil and was preparing for war in its own time. It didn't take long for intelligence to reach Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure. All three received word of Sunagakure's surprise attack on the border of the Land of Fire, signaling that the village had finally entered the fray. The scales of the impending war had shifted, and Sunagakure was now fully committed to the conflict. Chapter 10, Raid on the Land of Fire, Part 2. At the border of the Land of Fire, when the Konoha ninjas sensed the approach of Sunagakure's forces, it was already too late. This was part of the plan that Raza had formulated: swift strikes to catch the enemy off guard. Sunagakure's ninja showed no mercy in this attack. Combined with the intelligence operatives of Sunagakure, Konoha's spies within the Land of River were swiftly neutralized, and they couldn't send any warnings to the border in time. As a result, Konoha's forces at the border were completely unprepared and were quickly overwhelmed. Within mere minutes, the ground was littered with the bodies of Konoha ninja. The state of these corpses painted a grim picture of Konoha's current state of strength. Most of the fallen were Jinin, with very few Chunin, and there were even some children among the casualties. However, Raza didn't allow for any sentimentality. He issued a cold order. Immediately. Rest for 10 minutes, recharge, then proceed with the original plan. Continue the attack. Yes, came the reply. After a night of travel and a series of smaller clashes, Raza gave his forces a brief respite, knowing that larger-scale battles would likely follow once they reached the Land of Fire's territory. During this time, the Sunagakure ninja ate and replenished their chakra. Raza turned to one of his Umbu operatives and ordered, "Send a message to the village. Maki can move now." "Yes." Immediately, 3 ninja hawks took off from the Umbu operative's hands, heading toward the village. Unlike Konoha, which had powerful summoning beasts that could dominate the 3 great summoning realms, Sunagakure didn't have anything of the sort. They relied on specially trained ninja hawks to carry messages. The brief 10-minute rest soon ended. Under Raza's command, Sunagakure's ninja began to move once more, heading deeper into the dense forests. Shortly after, Konoha's patrolling ninja arrived at the scene of the battle and were horrified. They immediately sent word back to the village. Back in Sunagakure, the Umbu operatives waiting at the village gates quickly received the message from the ninja hawk. They rushed to Baki and Ebizo. "Minister, Elder, the information from the Kazekage has arrived." Baki took the message and passed it to Ebizo. Without even looking at it, Ebizo coldly spoke, "In that case, let's move out. This is a golden opportunity for Sunagakure, and we cannot afford to fail." "Yes." Soon, the entire village of Sunagakure witnessed thousands of ninja squads gathering at the village's exit. This sight shocked the spies within the village. What is Sunagakure planning? Are they about to go to war with another country? They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The ninja world was still in a tense phase of friction between the major nations. Even though there had been skirmishes between Konoha and Kumogakure, neither side had launched full-scale war. Yet now, Sunagakure was mobilizing thousands of ninja, looking ready for a decisive battle. What on earth was going on? This left the spies from the other villages utterly confused. Though the spies were confused by the large-scale movement of Sunagakure's forces, that didn't stop them from quickly passing the information along. At the same time, they were determined to cause some disruption within Sunagakure, hoping to interfere with its unexpected operation. But just as they planned, a strange sight occurred. Across Sunagakure, hundreds of ninjas appeared atop buildings, each standing tall beside 1 or 2 humanoid creatures that didn't seem fully human. "That's a puppet," someone exclaimed. At the highest point of one of the buildings, Chiyo, the leader of the puppet forces, coldly surveyed the entire village. Behind her stood 10 puppets, each wearing white robes. Despite her dissatisfaction with Raza's threats, Chiyo's love for her village was undeniable. She would not allow anyone to disrupt the village's operations during this critical period. Meanwhile, in Konoha, at the Hokage's office in Konoha, shortly after Tsunagekire's invasion of the Land of Fire began, Konoha received intelligence about the attack. The Elder Council immediately gathered to discuss the matter. The aging Hiruzen Sarutobi, now in his prime years, sighed as he looked over the information in his hands. His gaze swept across the faces of the elder members. So, what do we do? Tsunagekire's target is indeed us? Why did he say indeed? Because after multiple shinobi world wars, the Land of Fire had always been the focal point of other nations' aggression. After all, it controlled the most fertile land in the ninja world. Danzo's response was direct. What should we do? Of course, we should fight back. Tsunagakure is nothing to fear. Stop with these naive comments, Danzo. Fight, yes, but how do we fight? Hiruzen retorted, his voice tinged with frustration. What did nothing to fear even mean? If this had been a year ago, Konoha might have had the strength to say that. But now, with Kumogakure positioned at the borders, Iwagakure watching closely, and even the Kirigakure trying to take advantage of the chaos, there was no guarantee that a misstep wouldn't lead to simultaneous attacks from all four great shinobi villages. Koharu Udatane spoke coldly, taking Danzo's side. It's different, Hiruzen. While Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure may provoke us at the borders, they are still just making noise. Tsunagakure, on the other hand, has already invaded the Land of Fire. This is something far more significant. Hiruzen sighed, understanding all too well. But our village's ninja reserves are too thin at the moment. Hamura Mitokado, always the voice of reason, offered a suggestion. We can't move forces from the Kumogakure border, but we can temporarily withdraw some from the Iwagakure border and combine those with the village's remaining forces. That should be sufficient. That's a plan, Hiruzen said, considering it. But who should lead the forces? Normally, this would have been an obvious decision. Even though Jiraiya wasn't in the village due to his research, Orochimaru was still around. Having Orochimaru lead the troops would have been the most efficient. But the Elder Council, this time, offered a different opinion. Let's call Minato back from the front lines and have Orochimaru lead instead, said Danzo, the elder, with a tone that carried the weight of command. This decision was clearly a waste of time. Though Minato and Orochimaru could both return to the village quickly, this back and forth would still cost precious time. But the Elder Council insisted on this course of action. The reason was simple. After the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru's influence within Konoha was immense. Danzo, who had long harbored ambitions to become Hokage, would never allow Orochimaru's reputation to grow any further. Especially with Jiraiya and Tsunade supporting him, Orochimaru posed a serious threat. On the other hand, Minato, born to a common family, was seen as less of a threat to Danzo's aspirations. Hiruzen understood his friend's ambitions, but the old Hokage was too soft-hearted to push through his point. Besides, the other two elders shared Danzo's view. While they didn't have aspirations to be Hokage themselves, they didn't want to see Orochimaru become Hokage either. They knew that if Orochimaru rose to power, their authority in the Elder Council would be swiftly stripped away. Fine. Let's do as you suggest, Hiruzen reluctantly agreed. After all, for Konoha, the village's survival came first. The Land of Fire was vast. And even if Tsunagakure wanted to launch a full-scale invasion, it would not be so easy. A little more time could be afforded. Meanwhile, Raza noticed something strange on his way. Tsunagakure's ninjas were advancing deeper into the land of fire, but they had encountered almost no resistance along the way. Something fishy is going on. Chapter 10, Raid on the Land of Fire, Part 2. At the border of the Land of Fire, when the Konoha ninjas sensed the approach of Sunagekire's forces, it was already too late. This was part of the plan that Raza had formulated: swift strikes to catch the enemy off guard. Sunagekire's ninjas showed no mercy in this attack. Combined with the intelligence operatives of Sunagekure, Konoha's spies within the land of River were swiftly neutralized, and they couldn't send any warnings to the border in time. As a result, Konoha's forces at the border were completely unprepared and were quickly overwhelmed. Within mere minutes, the ground was littered with the bodies of Konoha ninja. The state of these corpses painted a grim picture of Konoha's current state of strength. Most of the fallen were Jinin, with very few Chunin, and there were even some children among the casualties. However, Raza didn't allow for any sentimentality. He issued a cold order. Immediately. Rest for 10 minutes, recharge, then proceed with the original plan. Continue the attack. Yes, came the reply. After a night of travel and a series of smaller clashes, Raza gave his forces a brief respite, knowing that larger-scale battles would likely follow once they reached the Land of Fire's territory. During this time, the Sunagekure ninja ate and replenished their chakra. Raza turned to one of his Umbu operatives and ordered, "Send a message to the village. Maki can move now." "Yes." Immediately, 3 ninja hawks took off from the Umbu operative's hands, heading toward the village. Unlike Konoha, which had powerful summoning beasts that could dominate the 3 great summoning realms, Sunagekure didn't have anything of the sort. They relied on specially trained ninja hawks to carry messages. The brief 10-minute rest soon ended. Under Raza's command, Sunagekire's ninja began to move once more, heading deeper into the dense forests. Shortly after, Konoha's patrolling ninja arrived at the scene of the battle and were horrified. They immediately sent word back to the village. Back in Sunagekure, the Umbu operatives waiting at the village gates quickly received the message from the ninja hawk. They rushed to Baki and Ebizo. "Minister, Elder, the information from the Kazekage has arrived." Baki took the message and passed it to Ebizo. Without even looking at it, Ebizo coldly spoke, "In that case, let's move out. This is a golden opportunity for Sunagekure, and we cannot afford to fail." "Yes." Soon, the entire village of Sunagekure witnessed thousands of ninja squads gathering at the village's exit. This sight shocked the spies within the village. What is Sunagekure planning? Are they about to go to war with another country? They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The ninja world was still in a tense phase of friction between the major nations. Even though there had been skirmishes between Konoha and Kumogakure, neither side had launched full-scale war. Yet now, Sunagekure was mobilizing thousands of ninja, looking ready for a decisive battle. What on earth was going on? This left the spies from the other villages utterly confused. Though the spies were confused by the large-scale movement of Sunagekure's forces, that didn't stop them from quickly passing the information along. At the same time, they were determined to cause some disruption within Sunagekure, hoping to interfere with its unexpected operation. But just as they planned, a strange sight occurred. Across Sunagekure, hundreds of ninjas appeared atop buildings, each standing tall beside one or two humanoid creatures that didn't seem fully human. "That's a puppet," someone exclaimed. At the highest point of one of the buildings, Chiyo, the leader of the puppet forces, coldly surveyed the entire village. Behind her stood 10 puppets, each wearing white robes. Despite her dissatisfaction with Raza's threats, Chiyo's love for her village was undeniable. She would not allow anyone to disrupt the village's operations during this critical period. Meanwhile, in Konoha, at the Hokage's office in Konohagakure, shortly after Tsunagekire's invasion of the Land of Fire began, Konoha received intelligence about the attack. The Elder Council immediately gathered to discuss the matter. The aging Hiruzen Sarutobi, now in his prime years, sighed as he looked over the information in his hands. His gaze swept across the faces of the elder members. So, what do we do? Tsunagekire's target is indeed us? Why did he say indeed? Because after multiple shinobi world wars, the Land of Fire had always been the focal point of other nations' aggression. After all, it controlled the most fertile land in the ninja world. Danzo's response was direct. What should we do? Of course, we should fight back. Tsunagekure is nothing to fear. Stop with these naive comments, Danzo. Fight, yes, but how do we fight? Hiruzen retorted, his voice tinged with frustration. What did nothing to fear even mean? If this had been a year ago, Konoha might have had the strength to say that. But now, with Kumogakure positioned at the borders, Iwagakure watching closely, and even the Kirigakure trying to take advantage of the chaos, there was no guarantee that a misstep wouldn't lead to simultaneous attacks from all four great shinobi villages. Koharu Udatane spoke coldly, taking Danzo's side. It's different, Hiruzen. While Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure may provoke us at the borders, they are still just making noise. Tsunagekure, on the other hand, has already invaded the Land of Fire. This is something far more significant. Hiruzen sighed, understanding all too well. But our village's ninja reserves are too thin at the moment. Hamura Mitokado, always the voice of reason, offered a suggestion. We can't move forces from the Kumogakure border, but we can temporarily withdraw some from the Iwagakure border and combine those with the village's remaining forces. That should be sufficient. That's a plan, Hiruzen said, considering it. But who should lead the forces? Normally, this would have been an obvious decision. Even though Jiraiya wasn't in the village due to his research, Rakimaru was still around. Having Orochimaru lead the troops would have been the most efficient. But the Elder Council, this time, offered a different opinion. Let's call Minato back from the front lines and have Orochimaru lead instead, said Danzo, the elder, with a tone that carried the weight of command. This decision was clearly a waste of time. Though Minato and Orochimaru could both return to the village quickly, this back and forth would still cost precious time. But the Elder Council insisted on this course of action. The reason was simple. After the Second Shinobi World War, Orochimaru's influence within Konoha was immense. Danzo, who had long harbored ambitions to become Hokage, would never allow Orochimaru's reputation to grow any further. Especially with Jiraiya and Tsunade supporting him, Orochimaru posed a serious threat. On the other hand, Minato, born to a common family, was seen as less of a threat to Danzo's aspirations. Hiruzen understood his friend's ambitions, but the old Hokage was too soft-hearted to push through his point. Besides, the other two elders shared Danzo's view. While they didn't have aspirations to be Hokage themselves, they didn't want to see Orochimaru become Hokage either. They knew that if Orochimaru rose to power, their authority in the Elder Council would be swiftly stripped away. Fine. Let's do as you suggest, Hiruzen reluctantly agreed. After all, for Konoha, the village's survival came first. The Land of Fire was vast. And even if Tsunagekure wanted to launch a full-scale invasion, it would not be so easy. A little more time could be afforded. Meanwhile, Raza noticed something strange on his way. Tsunagekure's ninjas were advancing deeper into the land of fire, but they had encountered almost no resistance along the way. Something fishy is going on. Chapter 11, Raid on the Land of Fire, Part 3. The Land of Fire, at the edge of the sprawling Yoshino River forest. Just before nightfall, the Sunagakure ninjas arrived, adhering closely to Raza's meticulous plan. In the distance, the dense forest gave way to a boundless, open plain. This vast expanse was the location where Raza intended to mount their defense against the approaching Konoha forces over the next 7 days. For the Sunagakure ninjas, masters of wind release techniques, the dense canopy of the forest posed a challenge. It stifled their jutsu, weakening its power. However, an open plain such as this offered the ideal terrain to unleash their full potential. "All right, this is it," Raza commanded, his voice firm. "Sensory ninjas, monitor the surroundings for any sign of movement. Everyone else, set up camp, light a fire, and prepare meals. Get some rest tonight, the days ahead will be grueling." The group quickly set to work. They scavenged the forest's edge for materials to establish a functional campsite. Each ninja carried just enough military rations to last 7 days, as Raza's strategy revolved around a swift victory. Their storage scrolls contained only weapons and essential tools, leaving little room for additional provisions. Fortunately, the forest teemed with wildlife, and the Yoshino River provided ample water. Soon, the camp was bustling with activity. Tents sprouted under the cover of trees, and the aroma of cooking food wafted through the air, lifting the spirits of the gathered warriors. At the heart of the camp, inside the largest tent marked as the Kazekage's, Raza convened a strategy meeting with Pakura, Michikawa, and an ANBU ninja named Yura, who had been dispatched by Baki to take orders directly from Raza. Once everyone was seated, Michikawa spoke, his tone laced with concern. "The Konoha ninjas seem unusually slow to respond. So far, we've received no reports of their movements." This anomaly sparked unease in the group. Raza's strategy had accounted for the distance between the two nations and the speed at which Konoha could mobilize once they learned of the invasion. By their calculations, the Konoha ninjas should have been tailing them by now, possibly even arriving at the plains within hours. Yet there was no intelligence to confirm such activity. "It's strange," Michikawa continued, frowning. "Given Konoha's usual efficiency, their lack of response is troubling." Raza leaned forward, his expression impassive but his golden eyes glinting with thought. The stillness of the Konoha forces hinted at either a hidden danger or an unexpected delay. For now, the group could only wait and prepare, knowing the calm before the storm would soon give way to a fierce and unforgiving battle. Raza turned his gaze toward Yura and asked, "Does the Umbu have any new intelligence?" Yura nodded and responded promptly, "Kazekage-sama, our agents in Konoha report that the village has begun mobilizing its forces." However, oddly enough, when the message came through, there were no signs of large groups of Konoha ninjas leading the village. A heavy silence fell over the tent. This revelation only deepened their confusion. Raza furrowed his brow slightly, but after a moment, his expression relaxed. He understood the larger picture. "Isn't this a good thing for us?" he said, his voice calm yet firm. "Sunagakure isn't aiming for an all-out war with Konoha. The slower they move, the higher our chances of success in the end." Pakura and Michikawa exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Raza continued, shifting the conversation. "Where are Baki and Elder Ebizo now?" Yura's eyes lit up with excitement as he reported, "We just received intelligence that the Umbu leader and Elder Ebizo have split up under the cover of night. They've successfully infiltrated the Land of Fire's border. Meanwhile, our Station forces in the 14 strategic cities have begun their movements as planned. A smirk crossed Raza's face. Good. Everything is proceeding smoothly. After a brief moment of satisfaction, his sharp gaze shifted to Pakura and Michikawa. This is a defining moment for Sunagakure, he declared. If we succeed, we will finally break free from the daimyo's control, and our village will take a major step toward true strength and independence. Yes. Pakura and Michikawa responded in unison, their voices filled with unwavering determination. Raza gave a satisfied nod. All right. Since Konoha is giving us extra time, let's not squander it. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we begin the real battle. Konoha Ninja Village. Under the night sky. Minato Namikaze rushed back to Konoha, accompanied by his 3 teammates. Shibi Aburame, Choza Akimichi, and Sum Inazuka. Though Minato had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, his proficiency was still lacking, and his chakra reserves were depleted. As a result, he was unable to use it effectively for rapid long-distance travel. Hokage Building. Inside the dimly lit chamber, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Elder Council awaited Minato's arrival. Their expressions were grave. Without wasting time, the Hokage issued simple but urgent orders. Minato listened attentively before nodding. I understand, Hokage-sama. I'll leave immediately. Hiruzen, noticing the exhaustion in Minato's face, frowned slightly. Minato, you should rest, even if just for a little while. Also, take a moment to check on Kushina and Kakashi. Minato hesitated for a brief moment, his gaze flickering with emotion. But in the end, he shook his head firmly. There's no need, Hokage-sama. Since Sunagakure has the audacity to invade the Land of Fire, as a shinobi of Konoha, it is my duty to drive them out. Hiruzen sighed deeply, knowing Minato's determination was unwavering. Very well, he relented. You've done well, Minato. I've already contacted Jiraiya. He'll be arriving soon to assist you. Minato's face brightened slightly. That's great. Having Jiraiya-sama with us gives me even more confidence. Upon reaching Konoha's gate, Minato spotted a familiar face, a burly shinobi from the Akimichi clan. Dodo! It's been a while. Minato greeted. Doto Akimichi grinned. Yeah, Minato. And big brother Choza, looks like we finally get to fight together again. Yeah. Choza agreed, patting his younger clanmate on the back. Minato nodded. Let's move out. Doto, fill me in on the details of the intelligence along the way. With that command, nearly 500 Konoha ninjas departed, slipping into the night, moving swiftly toward the Land of Fire's border. As they traveled through the dense forest, Doto began relaying critical intelligence. This invasion from Sunagakure is quite strange, he said cautiously. Minato's sharp blue eyes narrowed. Strange? The others also turned their attention toward Doto, sensing something amiss. Doto continued. Yes. According to our spies in Sunagakure, their movements have been highly irregular. We haven't seen any large-scale mobilization of supplies. That revelation sent a ripple of unease through the group. Wait, Choza interjected, frowning. That doesn't make sense. Even for shinobi. Proper logistics are necessary for war. Food, weapons, medical supplies, without them, an army can't sustain itself on the battlefield. Minato's mind raced, processing the implications. So, you're saying Sunagakure doesn't plan on fighting for long? That's the strangest part, Doto said grimly. Although there hasn't been a significant movement of supplies, our reports confirm that Sunagakure has deployed at least 2,000 ninjas. What? Gasps erupted from the group. Sunagakure's entire shinobi force was estimated to be around that number in total. If they had deployed all their forces, it raised an even bigger question: how did they intend to sustain such a large army without proper supplies? Copyright. This doesn't add up, Shibi Aburame muttered from behind his dark sunglasses. His voice quiet but thoughtful. Deploying so many troops without logistical support is tactically unsound. What is Sunagakure planning? That's not even the most bizarre part, Dodo added, his tone growing heavier. Our intelligence suggests that, so far, only about 300 of Sunagakure's ninjas have actually been spotted within the Land of Fire. A tense silence followed. Minato and his squad exchanged uncertain glances. 300? Tsum Inuzuka blurted out in disbelief, gripping the fur of her massive ninja dog. You're telling me they sent 2,000 shinobi, but only 300 have entered the Land of Fire? Where the hell are the rest of them? Hey, Choza said suddenly, his brow furrowing. Could Sunagakure have lost their minds and decided to start a war with Kumogakure and Iwagakure simultaneously? The idea was outrageous, but the sheer inconsistency of Sunagakure's movements made it impossible to dismiss outright. Minato, however, remained silent, his mind working through the possibilities. His blue eyes darkened with thought. That were true, it would actually be to Konoha's advantage. If Sunagakure spreads itself too thin, it'll be easier for us to counter them. But even as he spoke, something about the situation felt off. Chapter 12, Raid on the Land of Fire, Part 4. Of course, no one would think that Sunagakure would do such a thing, right? Even Konoha, during the First and Second Great Ninja Wars, didn't have the courage to attack 3 countries simultaneously. So, what exactly is Sunagakure's objective? For some reason, Minato felt a sense of unease in his heart, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. At this moment, Choza asked, then, who is the enemy this time? Who is leading Sunagakure's forces? Doto Akimichi replied somewhat awkwardly. That's what's troubling us. Sunagakure's attack was so sudden that our intelligence agents barely gathered any information. However, based on reports from our spies in Sunagakure, it seems that only Chiyo remains among their top brass. And for them to take such large-scale action, perhaps. Minato's eyes flashed as he spoke. In other words, we might be facing the newly appointed Fourth Kazekage? Yes. Dot nodded gravely, then smiled and said, but I believe you're definitely stronger than him, Minato. The atmosphere lightened instantly, and Choza gave a thumbs up. That's right. Minato, you're the idol of all Konoha shinobi now. This made Minato smile somewhat awkwardly. He quickly waved his hand and said, I'm still far from the level of Jiraiya-sensei and Lord Orochimaru. Then, his expression turned serious as he continued, but since this possibility exists, we must be extra cautious. Agreed. Everyone nodded solemnly. After all, this was war. A single mistake could mean death. Under the cover of night, the Konoha shinobis swiftly advanced toward Sunagakure. The scouts at the front reported back, informing them of the location where the Sunagakure forces had set up camp. They're stationed at Yoshino River without making any moves? After receiving the intel, Minato thought for a moment and made a decision. No need to rush the attack. When we reach about 10 kilometers from Yoshino River, we'll all rest first. If we attack now while the Sunagakure shinobi are well rested, we'll have no chance of victory. We'll wait until dawn to launch our assault. Understood. No one objected. After all, due to Konoha's shortage of combat power, half of the troops under Minato's command were genin, forcing them to go into battle immediately after. Marching all night would be no different from sending them to their deaths. That night, the moon hung high in the sky. Sunagakure had also received intel about Konoha's forces approaching. Interesting. After reviewing the gathered information, Raza smiled and said to Pakura and Michikawa, as expected of the shinobi who have been fighting Kumogakure for so long, they're certainly experienced. Michikawa also examined the intel. Seeing that Konoha's forces had not launched an immediate attack upon arrival but instead set up camp 20 li away for rest, he was taken aback. Should we launch a night raid? Right now, we have the advantage of being well rested. Raza shook his head. Don't forget our objective. This war is not about how many Konoha shinobi we kill but about buying time for Baki and Elder Ebizo. Since Konoha's shinobi wants to rest, why shouldn't we take advantage of that? While they rest, so do we. However, Pakura expressed her dissatisfaction. In that case, wouldn't it be better to launch a night raid and force Konoha's forces into retreat? With our current strength, we might even wipe them out completely. And then what? Raza asked softly. Pakura was momentarily stunned before responding with frustration. What do you mean, then what? Raza sighed. It seemed they were greatly underestimating just how strong Minato actually was. Don't forget, we are in the land of fire. When it comes to reinforcements, Konoha will always have the advantage. And us? For our village to send support, they'd have to cross the desert and then traverse the land of rivers. Pakura suddenly understood Raza's point and was at a loss for words, but Raza continued. Besides, how many more shinobi do you think our village can afford to send as reinforcements? Realization dawned on Pakura, and her expression turned slightly embarrassed. Raza continued, I never intended for us to engage in a full-scale war with Konoha. It's simply not worth it. If we follow your plan and manage to win, all we'll do is enrage Konoha. In the end, the ones who benefit will be Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. And that's not even considering Konoha's retaliation. Those villages might also take the opportunity to attack us. His tone softened slightly as he added, I understand how you feel. A battle between Sunagakure and Konoha may be inevitable, but now is not the time. What we need most right now is war funds and resources. These are critical to Sunagakure's future. When we are confident that we can withstand any counterattack, that is when the final battle will come. Hearing this, Pakura realized she had been too impulsive. However, her pride prevented her from admitting her mistake. Meanwhile, Michikawa calmly agreed. Kazekage-sama is right. Now is not the time for a decisive battle. Raza smiled and nodded. Exactly. Make sure to pass this message along to everyone. For the next 7 days, our priority in this conflict with Konoha is survival. These shinobi are the future of our village. Dying here would be a waste. Understood. Michikawa nodded, his gaze toward Raza softening as he replied, I'll inform everyone. Pakura, on the other hand, clenched her teeth and narrowed her eyes. Raza paid no mind to her reaction and said calmly, All right, then. Go and get some rest. Michikawa stood up and left, leaving only Pakura behind. This puzzled Raza, and he asked, What is it, Pakura? Do you have something else to say? Pakura's delicate face turned toward him for a moment. After hesitating, she bit her lip and reluctantly muttered, They're right. Maybe you really are more suited to be the Kazekage than I am. Without waiting for a response, she scoffed, turned around, and left. Raza was left with an odd expression on his face. Was that tsundere behavior? However, he didn't dwell on it and instead focused on getting some rest. Under the night sky, on the opposite side of the plains, about 10 kilometers away, In the forest, atop a towering tree, Minato gazed into the distant, dark, and silent woods. Sunagekire's calm reaction to Konoha's arrival only deepened Minato's unease. Somehow, he had a strong feeling. Lurking within that forest wasn't just ordinary Sunagekure shinobi. A terrifying beast was hiding in the darkness, watching Konoha. When will the wars between people ever end? Minato sighed inwardly, then shook his head, casting aside his stray thoughts. He returned to his tent to rest. War had long since turned him into a ruthless machine of battle. The night passed quickly. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the vast plains, the shinobi of Sunagekure and Konoha had already lined up, staring each other down, ready for battle. Chapter 13, Sunagekure and Konohagakure. Part 1. Before the first light of dawn had even touched the horizon, the well-rested and prepared Sunagekure forces had already gathered in full force. On the Konoha side, the shinobi on watch duty quickly detected the movement coming from Sunagekure, and the entire camp was instantly thrown into action, with everyone mobilizing at once. However, compared to the Sunagekure shinobi, who had rested, eaten, and were fully energized, the Konoha forces had only managed a meager 2 to 3 hours of sleep before being roused. Despite this, they were pulled from the front lines, but had been directly recruited from within the village, which helped ensure their condition wasn't as bad as it could have been. Once both sides were fully assembled, the Sunagekure forces positioned themselves along the vast plains and the edge of the dense forest. They formed 3 distinct battle phalanxes, ready for combat. In response, the Konoha shinobi immediately adjusted their formations, preparing to face the incoming threat. At first glance, it might have seemed like Konoha had the numerical advantage. But as both sides completed their lineups, the Konoha shinobi couldn't help but swallow nervously, their unease growing with each passing second. This was especially true for the sensory-type ninja. They could clearly feel the immense and overwhelming chakra emanating from the Sunagekure forces. You've got to be kidding me. There are so many Jonin? Did Sunagekure really send every elite they had? Within the Konoha ranks, the expressions of Shibi Aburame, Choza Akimichi, Tsum Inazuka, and Doto Akimichi grew increasingly grim. This is bad. Minato, we're facing Sunagekure's main forces. Minato, too, had sensed the potent chakra signatures radiating from Sunagekure's formations. His face grew serious as he understood the gravity of the situation. Relay this information back to the village, now, he commanded. Understood. Tsum responded quickly, summoning his loyal ninja hound to carry the message back to Konoha. But just as the hound disappeared into the distance, a sudden disturbance from the direction of Sunagekure sent a wave of unease rippling through the Konoha ranks, further unsettling their already tense formation. Oh! 3 shadowy figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing with precision at the front of each of Sunagekure's phalanxes. Minato's eyes narrowed, his pupils contracting as he registered the sudden shift. Beside him, Choza Akimichi spoke with a heavy, concerned tone. This is bad, Minato. This situation is much worse than we thought. Yeah, Minato replied grimly, looks like Doto's prediction was spot on. The Fourth Kazekage is here. And the other 2 are no slouches either, Choza added, his face darkening. Aburame Shibi squinted as he observed the Sunagekure forces with growing concern. Pakura of the Scorch Release. Michikawa of the Magnet Release. Both are legendary figures across the entire ninja world. While Konoha's forces assessed their opponents, the 3 leaders of Sunagekure were equally focused on the enemy before them. Namake's Minato. Raza muttered softly under his breath, a calculating look in his eyes as he regarded the Konoha leader. Hearing his name, Pakura immediately straightened, her attention fully captured. As she stepped forward, her gaze locking onto the distant figure of Minato, his golden hair unmistakable in the early light. So, that's the man who's been making waves as Konoha's next big star, she mused aloud. Michikawa, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, his voice tinged with admiration and wariness. Yes, indeed. It's said that Namake's Minato is only 20 years old, yet he's already earned the title of Yellow Flash after his incredible performance in the battle against Kumogakure. I even heard that Kumogakure issued an official order. Any shinobi below Kage level who encounters the Yellow Flash is permitted to retreat on sight without it being considered desertion. Copyright. Pakura's eyes widened in surprise. She gasped. This guy is that powerful? At nearly 25, Pakura was older than Minato, as was Raza, who was 3 years his senior. Michikawa, being in the later stages of middle age, had seen more battles than most. Raza spoke up then, his voice measured and serious. If you do come face to face with him, you're allowed to abandon the mission. Immediately. Pakura turned sharply, her expression one of disbelief and mild irritation. She exclaimed, "Are you saying that I'm no match for this Konoha shinobi?" After their discussion the night before, Pakura refrained from arguing with Raza immediately, but her tone was still sharp. Raza's answer was blunt. Yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. Pakura frowned, her pride stung. But Raza continued without hesitation. Neither you nor Michikawa are likely to be his match. The reason Namake's Minato is called the Yellow Flash is because he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, developed by the second Hokage. Flying Thunder God technique? Pakura and Michikawa both repeated the unfamiliar name. Raza nodded gravely. Exactly. It's a space-time ninjutsu, much faster than the body flicker technique. Let me explain it this way: there's no one in the entire ninja world faster than him. Your attacks won't even touch him, and he can appear right next to you at any given moment. Even the third Raikage might not be able to react in time. Pakura and Michikawa exchanged stunned glances. The third Raikage's lightning chakra mode was famous throughout the ninja world for its speed and power. If even he couldn't match Minato's pace, then the Yellow Flash's reputation was no exaggeration. Then, does that mean if we encounter him, we have no choice but to run? Michikawa asked, his voice tinged with concern. In theory, yes, Raza confirmed. But there is one countermeasure. Since they were allies, and battle was imminent, Raza felt it was important to share what he knew. The Flying Thunder God technique depends on marked seals for teleportation. So, during combat, you must remain vigilant. Don't let kunai marked with his jutsu formula get near you. In addition, the Flying Thunder God seal can be placed directly on a person, and once marked, it never disappears. So dash. Both Pakura and Michikawa froze in horror as the implication sank in. Are you saying that Namake's Minato could teleport to assassinate us at any moment? Pakura muttered under her breath. Raza didn't need to answer verbally. The unspoken truth was evident: Minato's speed and the unpredictability of his teleportation made him a deadly threat. Now it all made sense. They could understand why Kumogakure had feared him. So much this was a technique that could change the entire course of a battle in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Raza was no stranger to dealing with formidable foes. He wasn't about to let his comrades face Minato without the proper preparation. I'll handle Namake's Minato, Raza declared, his voice unwavering. As for the Konoha shinobi near him, they're yours. Michikawa, take the two Akimichi clan members. Your magnet release will be most effective against their large builds. Pakura, the Aburan clan ninja is yours. Your scorch release will be highly effective against their insects. Neither of them objected, though Pakura couldn't help but purse her lips and mutter under her breath, clearly displeased. I hate bugs, she grumbled. Raza glanced at her, unamused, before he addressed his orders with unwavering authority. Yura! Yes, Kazekage-sama, came the sharp response. From now on, in every battle, the Umbu must record all relevant data and gather intelligence on the enemy. Understood? Understood, Kazekage-sama. Yura responded quickly, ready for the task. Meanwhile, on the Konoha side, Minato observed the mounting tension between the two forces. Realizing that the situation was escalating rapidly, he stepped forward, his posture determined and unwavering. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Minato used the body flicker technique, appearing at the center of the battlefield with a flash. His piercing gaze swept across the Sunagakure forces as he called out, his voice cold and commanding. Kazekage of Sunagakure. You've led your shinobi to invade the land of fire. Are you declaring war against Konoha? Pakura glanced at Raza, her expression curious. He's calling for you, she said, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. Raza didn't acknowledge her, his attention focused on Minato. He muttered to himself with a quiet smile, his eyes narrowing in thought. My turn to step in. Interesting. Before Pakura and Michikawa could even react, Raza vanished in the same manner, his presence barely detectable. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Kazekage appeared directly in front of Minato. And then, on the very center of the battlefield, the two most promising and skilled young shinobi of their generation stood face to face, the current Fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure and Konoha's future Fourth Hokage, their gazes locked in an unspoken understanding, ready for what was to come. Chapter 14, Sunagakure and Konohagakure. Part 2. This marked Raza and Minato's first encounter, a moment that would become etched in their minds. It must be said, though, despite their belonging to rival factions, Minato made a striking impression. His demeanor exuded the radiance of a bright and cheerful young man, someone whose energy was immediately uplifting. It was easy to see why he had earned the nickname Yellow Flash. Unfortunately, as the sun ascended, its golden rays slowly bathed the two of them, casting the vast plain in a soft light. Yet, strangely, neither man felt the warmth one would expect from such a scene. Instead, an almost palpable tension filled the air, a stark contrast to the serene setting around them. War! Raza's cold eyes remained fixed on Minato, his voice cutting through the otherwise still atmosphere. It was a tone that betrayed no warmth, only ice-cold resolve. It was Konoha that provoked this war, wasn't it? Minato blinked in surprise, momentarily caught off guard. His brow furrowed. And he replied, Unless I'm mistaken, this is still the land of fire's territory, not the land of wind, Kazekage? Raza's gaze hardened, unwavering. If you acknowledge that this is the land of fire's territory, then you must also admit that our Kazekage went missing in your land, correct? Minato's eyes widened in shock. His thoughts froze for a moment. He knew of the Third Kazekage's disappearance, of course, he did. But what, exactly, did this have to do with Konoha? What did the Land of Fire have to do with this loss? Frowning deeply, Minato's voice was tinged with disbelief. Kazekage, are you suggesting that this is some sort of joke? Raza's tone remained icy, but now there was an undercurrent of fury beneath the surface. I am most certainly not joking. According to the investigation conducted by our village's Umbu, the disappearance of the Third Kazekage is directly connected to Konoha. This was no small claim. The shockwaves from this revelation rippled through the battlefield, not only rattling the Konoha shinobi but also causing a stir among those from Sunagakure. The Third Kazekage was an icon in his village, a figure revered by all. His absence had been a major blow to Sunagakure and the idea that Konoha could be involved in such a tragedy shook the very foundation of both villages. Even Minato himself hadn't been prepared for such an accusation. He stepped back slightly, brow furrowed, and asked with growing skepticism, "Kazekage, are you implying that the disappearance of your third Kazekage is tied to Konoha? Do you have any evidence? Did Raza have proof?" Of course not. The accusation was, in fact, entirely fabricated. But would that matter? The truth was, aside from a handful of people himself, Chio, Ebizo, Baki, and Sasori, no one knew the full story behind the third Kazekage's disappearance. Not even a body had been recovered, and of those few who knew the true cause, none would dare speak out. In the end, evidence mattered little to Raza. He knew that with his position, he could say anything and cause ripples across the battlefield. Even if he had not proof, his words would carry weight. After all, how could anyone challenge him when no one else knew the truth? "I have no evidence." A heavy silence fell over the battlefield. "But I know who killed the third Kazekage." "What?" From the ranks of Sunagakure, Michikawa's body trembled, his shock evident on his face. "The one responsible is someone all of you in Konoha should be well acquainted with, your very own root leader, Danzo." And the revelation hit like a thunderclap. That's right. Danzo had already earned the infamous title of the Scapegoat Kage. What harm was there in adding another crime to his list? As soon as Raza's words pierced the air, a stunned silence overtook the Konoha shinobi. It was Elder Danzo? Oddly enough, if Raza had named any other figure from Konoha, the shinobi of the village might have dismissed the claim outright. But given that it was Elder Danzo being accused, hesitation rippled through their ranks. Seeing the uncertainty reflected in the eyes of the Konoha shinobi, Michikawa, who had been harboring doubts of his own, could no longer contain his fury. He had long suspected Konoha's involvement in the disappearance of the third Kazekage. After all, in the entire ninja world, there was only one village capable of making such a disappearance happen without a trace. Konoha. Raza's words, though full of holes, struck a chord. When emotions ran high, logic often took a back seat. The shinobi of Sunagakure already held deep resentment for Konoha, and now, with their fourth Kazekage openly accusing the elder of their rival village, their anger reached new heights. Seizing the moment, Raza raised the stakes. Danzo, the leader of your root organization, secretly murdered the third Kazekage to obtain the secrets of his most powerful magnet release. It can't be. Gee. Minato's shock was palpable. He stood frozen for a long while, struggling to come to terms with what he had just heard. Finally, he managed to stammer, "Kazekage, if you have no evidence, then how can you be so certain that the disappearance of the third Kazekage is tied to our elder, Danzo?" To this question, Raza had come prepared. After all, when will his anime knowledge will come if not now? I may not have direct evidence, but during our search for the third Kazekage, our Umbu uncovered some crucial intelligence. Crucial intelligence? Minato's confusion deepened. Raza's words were so confident. Could the third Kazekage truly have been murdered by Danzo? Was there something Minato had missed? At that moment, however, Michikawa's patience snapped. What intelligence? Why haven't I heard about this before? Raza turned his gaze to Michikawa, a slow smirk curling his lips. During our Umbu's search for the third Kazekage, they discovered traces of a battle at one particular location. According to their investigation, they found clear evidence of wood release techniques used there. What? Wood release? The reaction from the Konoha shinobi was far more intense than the one from Sunagakure's ranks. Minato, on the other hand, exhaled a long breath of relief and shook his head. Impossible, Kazekage. Wildwood release was indeed a secret technique of our first Hokage. There are no longer any shinobi in Konoha who possess the ability to use it. Raza's lips twisted into a mocking smirk. Really? Konoha shinobi, are you so absolutely certain that no one in your village is capable of using wood release? Perhaps you should conduct a more thorough investigation. Investigation. But Minato hesitated. For the first time, the certainty in Raza's words made him falter. Even his fellow shinobi, including Choza, visibly shifted in their stance, their faces betraying a flicker of doubt. Don't be so hasty. I have one more piece of information for you. More information? Minato was now visibly tense. What other information? Raza's voice cut through the tense atmosphere like a sharp blade. His words, though unsettling, were not yet finished. When examining the bodies of the shinobi who died alongside the Third Kazekage, we also found traces of genjutsu. Do you know what kind of genjutsu it was? Minato's narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. There were very few genjutsu in the ninja world that could affect a Kage-level shinobi. He knew this well, and this new revelation added another layer of complexity to the already confusing situation. Meanwhile, Michikawa's emotions, which had been stirred moments before, began to settle. He had personally overseen the search for the Third Kazekage, and the findings, if one could even call them that, had always been scarce. There had been no bodies found, let alone those of fallen shinobi. In other words, Raza's story was a fabrication. Yet, despite his suspicions, Michikawa remained silent, unwilling to expose his Kazekage. Instead, curiosity took hold. What was Raza trying to accomplish with such a bold accusation? It seems you already know. That's right, it was the Sharingan from Konoha. The reaction from the Konoha shinobi was immediate and even more intense than before. Raza's words hit their mark with pinpoint accuracy, sending shockwaves through their ranks. Doubts began to creep into their minds as they exchanged uncertain glances. But impossible. Minato immediately denied the accusation. He had no room for doubt. While the genjutsu of the Sharingan is indeed powerful, it is absolutely impossible to use it to control a Kage. And even if that were possible, what does this have to do with Elder Danzo? Raza's eyes were cold as he met Minato's gaze, his voice steady as he prepared to reveal his final piece of the puzzle. What does it have to do with him? The answer is simple dash. With those words, Raza leaned forward, his expression hardening with the weight of his next revelation. It was through a secret technique that we were able to view the final memories of the fallen shinobi. Do you know what we saw? The entire battlefield seemed to hold its breath. Every eye was fixed on Raza, waiting for the next shocking statement to spill from his lips. And then, Raza's voice broke the silence like a thunderclap. Your esteemed Elder Danzo is one scheming fox. He actually transplanted both the first Hokage Hashirama Senju's cells and the Sharingan into his right arm. Chapter 15, Raza vs. Minato. Raza's words carried weight far beyond the accusation he had leveled against Danzo. It wasn't merely personal animosity toward the man that motivated Raza to pin the disappearance of the Third Kazekage on him. No, this was a strategic move, one born of necessity and ambition. As the Kazekage of Sunagakure, Raza was not simply fighting for the honor of his village, he was fighting for its survival and future. In this tense moment, he needed more than just an explanation for the war he was about to ignite. He needed to create chaos within Konoha, to plant the seeds of doubt and suspicion deep within the heart of the village. Only then, after a raid On the Land of Fire, would Konoha struggle to find a legitimate reason to retaliate against Sunagakure? And even if they did find such a reason, the internal turmoil that would follow would keep them too distracted to act decisively. By this point, Raza understood that he didn't even need to provide solid proof to back his accusations. His words were so detailed, so carefully crafted, that the burden of proof now shifted to Danzo. It was as though Raza had written an intricate conspiracy theory, one so compelling that Danzo was now the one forced to clear his name. But could Danzo do so? Of course not. Whether it was the transplanting of the first Hokage's cells or the acquisition of the Sharingan, both actions were absolute taboos in Konoha. Raza knew this would cause a ripple effect that could not be contained. The entire village would soon learn of the truth behind Danzo's secret dealings, and once that revelation spread, there would be no turning back. The Senju clan, with only Tsunade remaining, might not be much of an obstacle. But the Uchiha clan, now that would be a different matter altogether. Some might argue that at this point, Danzo had not yet completed the transplanting of the Sharingan. But that, in itself, no longer mattered. The accusations had already been made, and once Danzo was proven guilty of one of them, the rest would follow. After all, the Sharingan could always be transplanted at any moment. On top of that, Danzo's long-standing antagonism with the Uchiha clan would make it nearly impossible for him to defend himself. The Uchiha had long suspected him of treachery, and these new revelations would only serve to confirm their worst fears. The accusations would spill over beyond the Uchiha. Like, for example, wouldn't the Hyuga clan also worry that Danzo might set his sights on their Byakugan next? Such suspicions would inevitably lead to further fractures within Konoha. Internal divisions would begin to fester, and Konoha would find itself torn from within. But perhaps the most critical question was, did the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, have the resolve to punish Danzo? Raza didn't think so. If he did, Danzo would have never survived this long. Raza understood the political dynamics of Konoha well. The third Hokage's reluctance to confront Danzo directly had allowed him to operate unchecked for years. For now, Raza knew what he needed most was time. If he could endure the immediate storm, if he could use his Kama seal to continue strengthening himself, then he would eventually reach a level where no one, least of all Konoha, could challenge him. By then, Konoha would no longer pose a threat to Sunagakure. But that was a matter for the future. For the present, as soon as Raza finished speaking, the battlefield descended into chaos. The Konoha shinobi were in disarray, their morale shattered by the powerful accusations they had just heard. On the Sunagakure side, it was painfully clear that Konoha's confidence had crumbled. Even Minato, ever the composed leader, found himself momentarily stunned. The truth, as inconvenient as it was, began to settle in. Raza's words had struck a chord, and for a brief moment, Minato could not help but question everything he thought he knew. The possibility that Danzo could be responsible for such treachery seemed all too plausible. Could it be true? Would the elder truly go to such lengths? Even Minato, a man known for his unshakable resolve, doubted the truth of his village's leadership. Raza's reminder hit Minato like a jolt of electricity, making him pause and think. The sight of Danzo's arm, wrapped in a bandage marked with sealing jutsu, suddenly seemed far more suspicious than it had before. What kind of injury would necessitate such an odd form of binding? It wasn't just Minato who was now reflecting on this, it was clear from the tense expressions of the other Konoha Jonin that they were all starting to question the truth of Raza's words. Danzo, the head of the so-called root organization, had never been a popular figure among the Konoha shinobi. His methods, his secrecy, and his cold ambition made him a figure of mistrust, even within his own village. At that moment, however, Choza Akimichi spoke up, breaking the tense silence. He was standing behind Minato, his tone grave as he addressed the situation. "Minato, we can't let this continue. If this goes on, there won't even be a battle." "Oh!" The words struck Minato hard. Why would there be a battle when they're enemies? We're already on the brink of victory, before a single jutsu had even been cast? Gee! The realization hit him, the morale of the Konoha shinobi was faltering fast. Raza's truth, coupled with the accusations against Danzo, had shaken their resolve. Minato snapped out of his daze, nodding decisively. His gaze hardened, and the warmth of the sun seemed to evaporate as he regained his composure. "Apologies, Kazekage. I cannot determine the truth of your claims at this moment. I will need to report this to the village before I can provide you with an answer. However, the fact remains that Sunagakure has invaded the Land of Fire. Therefore, I must ask you to leave our territory immediately." "Well, I dash." "What? Are you joking?" Raza hadn't even finished his sentence before a jonin from Sunagakure, standing behind him, roared with fury. "The Konoha shinobi murdered our third Kazekage, and yet you speak so lightly of it. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable." The anger in the voice of the Sunagakure shinobi ignited a fierce fire in the hearts of the others around him. Their cries rang out across the battlefield. "That's right. Avenge the third Kazekage. Kill every last Konoha ninja. Hand over that bastard Danzo." The atmosphere became charged with tension as Sunagakure's warriors seethed with rage. It was clear now that they were prepared to fight to the death. The Konoha shinobi, in turn, found themselves looking grim. The challenge was laid before them not just to protect their territory but to confront a furious enemy in the midst of the growing storm. But to Raza, this was precisely the reaction he had hoped for. The surge of anger and the battle cries of his forces were music to his ears. They were fully committed now, and he knew that the battle was about to escalate beyond words. Raza fixed his cold, calculating gaze on Minato, his expression hardening with purpose. "Konoha ninja, you see for yourselves, if you don't hand over Danzo, we will never leave." Minato's mind raced. He could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on him. His instinct screamed that a confrontation was inevitable, and yet he could not deny the truth of the dilemma. As a shinobi of Konoha, he had no other choice. It was his duty to defend his village, even against overwhelming odds. His right hand moved instinctively, reaching for the tools in his pouch. "If that's the case, since our positions are different, I have no other choice." Raza raised an eyebrow, sensing the shift in Minato's demeanor. The tension in the air thickened as the two leaders stood across from one another, each aware that a battle was on the verge of erupting. "Oh? Are you going to make a move?" Raza's tone was taunting, but his alertness was palpable. Minato's face twisted into a bitter expression as he assessed the situation. Could he avoid a fight? The answer was clear, no. He was a Konoha shinobi, and Sunagakure had already crossed the threshold of his village's borders. No matter how conflicted he might feel, the duty to protect the Land of Fire was paramount. But could he win this battle? Given the disparity in numbers and the growing tension in the air, Minato felt the weight of the situation. His thoughts raced, but one thing was clear, he had no time to waste. No other choice. "I have to end this quickly," he thought, pushing aside his doubts. With resolve settling over him, he acted instantly. His right hand dove into his ninja pouch and quickly retrieved 6 specially crafted kunai. Without hesitation, He hurled them toward Raza, each kunai glinting in the sun as they zipped through the air. Humph. Raza sneered, his eyes narrowing with precision. The moment the kunai approached, the ground beneath him shifted. In a flash, a golden whip shot upward from the earth, lashing out with terrifying speed. The whip struck with perfect accuracy, knocking Minato's kunai aside before they could even reach their target. What? Minato's eyes widened in shock, disbelief washing over him. This was completely unexpected. Minato had never thrown his Flying Thunder God kunai directly at an enemy before. Normally, he would scatter them around his opponent, strategically placing them at a distance to create openings for his next move. Because his kunai never aimed directly at the enemy, most shinobi wouldn't bother to defend against them. But Raza was different. The moment Raza recognized the Flying Thunder God kunai, he reacted with deadly precision. Without a second thought, he intercepted and knocked them out of the air, disrupting Minato's entire strategy. It was as if Raza had anticipated Minato's every move. An uncomfortable feeling began to creep into Minato's mind, a growing sense of unease that he couldn't shake. Of course, Raza had been prepared from the very beginning. The moment he stepped onto the battlefield, he had deliberately kept his distance from Minato. Once he learned that Konoha's greatest shinobi was Minato, Raza's mind rapidly assessed the situation. Two thoughts had emerged, clear and concise. First, he could not allow Minato's Flying Thunder God kunai to limit his movement. Second, he must avoid close combat at all costs. The implications were undeniable. With Minato's mastery over the Flying Thunder God and his devastating Rasengan, any close-quarter confrontation would spell disaster for Raza. He might survive the encounter, but the injuries he would suffer could be crippling. Minato's speed and power made him nearly unbeatable at close range. Did my plan fail? Minato thought, a sharp frown appearing on his face. The realization hit him hard. He had underestimated the terrain. The wide, open plain they fought on was vastly different from the dense forests where he usually operated. In the forest, he could easily hide his Flying Thunder God kunai and set traps. Out here, however, every movement was more exposed, leaving him with fewer options. But that wouldn't stop him. If he couldn't control Raza's movements from a distance, then his only option was to close the gap. He had to get closer, and he had to do it fast. With renewed determination, he pulled out another Flying Thunder God kunai. His figure flickered as he vanished from sight, a blur of motion in the wind. Body flicker technique. Minato muttered to himself, his voice carrying a hint of resolve. Raza saw the shift in Minato's movements. He knew exactly what the Fourth Hokage was attempting. There was no hesitation in his actions. His hands flew through a series of seals, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Magnet Release, Gold Dust Imperial Funeral. Chapter 16, Gold Dust vs. Flying Thunder God. The battlefield had descended into chaos. The massive golden spikes, like deadly spears, erupted from the ground, forming a nearly impenetrable barrier around Raza. The sheer sight of it stunned both the Sunagakure and Konoha shinobi. It was as if the earth itself had turned against Minato, trapping him outside the lethal thicket. Incredible. So this is the Kazekage's magnet release? As expected of Lord Kazekage, Raza's magnet release was awe-inspiring. The golden barrier was not just a defensive structure but a testament to his mastery of his Kekkei Jinkai. It was a perfect counter to Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. For many, this was their first time witnessing the power of the Fourth Kazekage up close, and it left them in complete awe. Meanwhile, on the Konoha side, the mood was much different. The Jonin and high-ranking shinobi understood the implications of what had just transpired. They knew Minato's abilities well, and now they saw him facing a formidable obstacle. Minato himself stood outside the barrier, his expression grim as he analyzed the golden thorns blocking his path. He really understands my flying thunder god technique, Minato muttered to himself. The dense thicket of golden spikes made any head-on assault impossible, and that meant he needed to change his approach. He took a deep breath, and then, without hesitation, he began running along the perimeter of Raza's golden sand barrier. Minato's plan was simple: find a weak point, a gap in the defense, and exploit it. His speed alone would allow him to locate an opening if it existed. However, Raza was no amateur. The moment Minato moved, Raza's trained instincts kicked in. He recognized Minato's intent immediately. He wants to find a weak point in my defenses by moving quickly? Raza thought, a smirk forming on his face. But Raza was not the type to let his opponent have the advantage. Staying on the defensive wasn't his style. He wasn't just going to sit back and let Minato pick apart his defenses. With that thought in mind, Raza pressed his hands together again, channeling his chakra. The golden spikes around him, previously stiff and immovable, began to shift and writhe like living creatures. The sharp, thorn-like protrusions became flexible, forming whip-like tendrils that lashed out at Minato with startling speed. Minato, however, remained unfazed. His reflexes were as sharp as ever. Without altering his expression, he moved even faster, weaving his body in and out of the golden spike's range. His hands flew through a series of seals as he ran. Wind release, chaotic air dance. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind erupted from Minato's position. A violent storm of sand and dust whirled into the air, obscuring his form. The swirling sands created a cloud that completely concealed Minato's presence. Raza's keen senses immediately told him what had happened. Minato had activated the body flicker technique, disappearing from view and leaving the golden tendrils to lash out at nothing. Raza's sharp gaze remained focused, though his face was expressionless. He knew that, while the sandstorm obscured Minato's form, it didn't obscure his presence. As a Kage-level shinobi, Raza's sensory abilities were far beyond those of most shinobi. He could feel Minato's movements in the air, even if he couldn't see him directly. Raza wasn't about to let Minato gain an advantage. You think Vo can hide from me? Raza muttered under his breath, his eyes scanning the surrounding chaos. He wasn't the only one with wind release in his arsenal. Without skipping a beat, Raza clasped his hands together once more, channeling his chakra into another wind release technique. Wind release, chaotic air dance. This time, he conjured another massive sandstorm, obscuring not only Minato's position but his own as well. The golden thorns around him shifted and moved, reinforcing his defenses as the sandstorm spiraled through the air, creating an impenetrable veil of dust and wind. Raza's goal wasn't to reveal Minato's location, it was to avoid direct confrontation. With Minato's flying thunder god technique and his ability to appear and vanish at will, Raza knew he had to keep his distance. He couldn't afford to let Minato close the gap. Even with all the power Raza wielded, the speed and precision of Minato's movements made him a deadly enemy in close combat. Both Minato and Raza were now hidden within their respective sandstorms. The battlefield was completely obscured by swirling dust, leaving the watching shinobi from both Sunagakure and Konoha stunned. The tense atmosphere on the battlefield thickened as Minato, frustrated by the stalemate, took matters into his own hands. He had already realized that Raza's defense was too solid, but he could not allow himself to be driven into a corner. Especially when the fate of the Land of Fire was at stake. With his mind focused, Minato revealed himself from within the sandstorm, his eyes sharp with determination. He had to break through the golden sand barrier if there was any hope of defeating Raza and pushing him back. Raza's barrier had withstood the test of Minato's flying thunder god kunai and his earlier evasive maneuvers, but Minato was far from giving up. He was proficient in not just wind release, but also fire and lightning release too. Elements that, when combined, made for devastating offensive techniques. Minato formed the seals for his fire release technique and summoned a fierce torrent of flames. Fire release, Grand Blaze technique. The flame shot forward with incredible speed and intensity. Minato had calculated it perfectly. The golden sand, although tough, was nowhere near as durable as iron. The heat of the flames would melt the sand and break the barrier apart. Minato's mind raced as he watched the flames roar toward Raza's defense. Inside the swirling golden dust, Raza could feel the intense heat building up. He knew that he couldn't afford to take Minato's fire attack head-on. The heat alone would melt his sand, leaving him vulnerable. But Raza wasn't caught off guard. His mastery of sand manipulation came into play once again. Raza was a wind, earth, and water release user. In this situation, sand manipulation consumed far less chakra than water release techniques, and since water could counter his own gold dust, he wouldn't trouble himself unnecessarily. Just as Minato anticipated his fire release technique to break through, a massive sand hand emerged from the swirling dust. With a powerful swoosh, the sand hand struck the fire attack, swatting it away effortlessly, as though the flames were nothing more than an irritating fly. Pa! Minato's eyes widened in surprise. The flames, which he had expected to break through the barrier and force Raza to retreat, were dismissed with such ease. His calculated attack had been countered effortlessly, leaving him stunned and momentarily uncertain. Minato thought to himself, fully grasping how formidable Raza truly was. This wasn't just any ordinary Kage, this was a shinobi who could effortlessly control the battlefield, both offensively and defensively. Raza's mastery of sand manipulation was clearly superior, and the Sunagakure shinobi erupted into cheers at the sight of their Kazekage's overwhelming power. The sight of the massive sand hand dispatching Minato's fire attack with ease filled them with pride and confidence. However, not everyone was cheering. Two experienced Sunagakure shinobi, Pakura and Michikawa, exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting growing confusion. That's the second Kazekage's sand manipulation technique? Pakura asked, her voice a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Michikawa's brow furrowed in thought. When did Raza? A sudden realization struck both of them. If Raza had mastered sand manipulation, an ability that was linked to Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, then it meant something far more significant was at play. Could it be that Elder Ebizo entrusted Shikaku to Raza? Pakura whispered. The thought was startling. If Raza had somehow come into possession of Shikaku, it would explain how he had managed to master sand manipulation. After all, it was Shikaku's power that had allowed the second Kazekage to develop the technique, and no one else had been able to replicate it successfully. Not even the third Kazekage. The two shinobi exchanged concerned looks, realizing that there was far more to Raza's story than they had known. From the mysteries surrounding the third Kazekage's disappearance to Raza's sudden mastery of an ability that only a few others had ever wielded, it was clear that Raza had hidden depths they hadn't anticipated. On the battlefield, as Minato stood there, his mind reeling from the defeat of his attack, Raza's sharp gaze remained unwavering. His hand, still made of sand, hovered as the golden sandstorm swirled around him. But he knew he had to be cautious. As strong as his golden sand barrier was, it came with a disadvantage. The sand, though formidable as a defensive tool, restricted Raza's movement. He couldn't afford to stay in one spot for too long, as his mobility would be compromised. The longer the battle stretched on, the more potential openings there were for Minato to exploit. Raza quickly realized the flaw in his barrier. It was strong, but its defense came at the cost of his own freedom of movement. If he continued to rely on it, Minato would eventually find a way to break through. With a decisive motion, Raza made a swift decision. Pa! The crisp sound of the sand barrier breaking echoed as he dispelled the golden sand barrier. His hands then slammed into the ground with immense force, triggering the activation of his jutsu. Sand release, cycle of erosion. The earth cracked open, and from the fissures, countless grains of sand erupted, rapidly transforming the once solid ground into a sprawling desert. The horizon seemed to distort as the terrain became a vast expanse of shifting sands. Boom! The explosion of sand and earth sent a shockwave through the battlefield, and Minato's eyes widened in disbelief. I am possible. Even the seasoned shinobi in both Konoha and Sunigakure were taken aback by the sheer scale of Raza's jutsu. The magnitude of the transformation was beyond what they had seen. It was a level of mastery few could imagine. Registered. The new battlefield was a far cry from the open plains that had existed just moments before. It was now a barren desert, the landscape completely altered. Minato landed swiftly, appearing as though he had taken to the skies in a bid to avoid the devastating jutsu. But the moment his feet touched the sand, a sense of unease gripped him. His feet sank slightly into the soft surface of the desert. The sand beneath him shifted, and an uncomfortable pressure settled in his chest. It was as if the very ground was now in Raza's control. Minato's mind raced as he locked eyes with Raza. The Kazekage's plan had been executed flawlessly. This new terrain had completely neutralized Minato's most effective strategy, the Flying Thunder God technique. The sand, ever shifting, would swallow up his kunai, leaving him unable to use teleportation to close the distance between them. His greatest strength, his speed and ability to appear in an instant, was effectively nullified. This entire desert is under his control, Minato thought, realization dawning on him. Raza had transformed the battlefield into a trap. The sand would absorb his kunai, leaving Minato unable to use his teleportation strategy. Minato's expression hardened. He was facing a true master, one who knew how to counter every move. It felt as though Raza understood him intimately, predicting his every tactic and neutralizing them with ease. The frustration was palpable, but there was no time for hesitation. As Konoha's commander, Minato knew that the survival of his village depended on his ability to eliminate the enemy commander. If he allowed Raza to continue to gain ground, the morale of the Konoha shinobi would collapse, and the entire land of fire would be in peril. Looks like I'll have to use that technique, Minato murmured, his eyes narrowing as he made his decision. He wasted no time. Biting his thumb, he smeared the blood across his palm, forming the necessary seals with practiced precision. Summoning Jutsu. Chapter 17, Shikaku vs. Gamabunta, Part 1. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield, followed by a massive cloud of smoke. As the haze began to dissipate, an enormous shadow emerged, towering over the chaos. Both Sunigakure and Konohagakure shinobi froze in shock, many of them seeing such a sight for the first time in their lives. Summoning beasts were the stuff of myths for most. When the smoke finally cleared, what stood before them was an enormous red toad, its body as tall as a small mountain. The sheer size of the creature sent Waves of disbelief rippling through the crowd. What? What kind of monster is this? Such a huge toad. Is this also a summoning beast? Amidst the stunned shinobi, a few individuals remained calm. Figures like Raza, Michikawa, and Pakura watched without a trace of surprise. Unlike most of their comrades, they had a deeper understanding of Konoha secrets. This is Jiraiya's summoning beast, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Standing atop the giant toad's head, Minato looked slightly apologetic as he spoke. Sorry for summoning you here, Lord Bunta. Gamabunta, the toad in question, surveyed the battlefield with his immense, sharp eyes. A puff of smoke escaped from the pipe clenched in his mouth as he grumbled. His gaze swept across the crowd of shinobi, clearly recognizing the forehead protectors from Sunigakure. These forehead protectors are from Sunigakure. Minato, another war? Minato scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, my apologies, but I had no other choice, Lord Bunta. Konoha's situation isn't great, and the enemy's shinobi are incredibly tough to deal with. I need your help to get close to him. Gamabunta's huge eyes turned, locking onto Raza, who stood calmly in the distance, emitting a mysterious aura. That man? Minato grew even more uneasy as he replied. He's the 4th Kazekage of Sunigakure. What the? Gamabunta froze for a moment, then grumbled with a sour expression. Minato, you sure know how to pick an opponent for me. Lord Bunta, all I need is your help getting close to him. I see. Understood. While summoning beasts from the great sacred places typically avoided human conflicts, alliances, and dire circumstances sometimes forced them into action. This was one of those times. As the colossal toad made his presence known, Michikawa and Pakura quickly moved to Raza's side, their expression serious. Need any help? Raza shook his head calmly. Stick to the original plan. Proceed to the next phase. This response left both of them slightly surprised, but they nodded in agreement. Raza then raised his head to glare coldly at the enormous toad, its shadow blocking out the sun. A summoning beast to envy, indeed. In that case, I won't hold back either. Minato blinked in surprise, then watched as Raza formed hand seals. Let's see how my Shikaku fares against your toad. Magnet release, Avatar of Shikaku. The ground beneath them trembled violently, a deep rumbling reverberating through the air. The sand covering the battlefield surged toward Raza, coalescing into an immense form. Slowly but surely, the sand took on monstrous shape, nearly matching Gamabunta in size. Gamabunta's eyes widened momentarily at the sight of the creature, then he let out a sigh of relief. At least it's not a real tailed beast. What? Really? Minato's reaction to the mention of tailed beast was far more intense. Gamabunta explained while pulling a short blade from his waist. Don't worry. It's just an imitation of Shikaku, not a real tailed beast. But it doesn't look easy to deal with. Get ready, I'm going in. Gamabunta sprang high into the air, his enormous frame causing shockwaves across the battlefield. Gripping his blade tightly, he dove directly toward Raza's Shikaku construct. Meanwhile, following Raza's orders, Michikawa and Pakura gave a sharp signal. At once, the shinobi of Sunigakure surged forward, colliding with Konohagakure's forces. The war between the two villages had officially erupted in full force. Amid the vast desert, Gamabunta's massive shadow descended from the sky, his blade slashing straight at Raza, who stood atop the Shikaku construct. Clang! The sharp ring of metal striking an unyielding surface reverberated through the air. The Shikaku construct raised one massive arm, effortlessly intercepting the attack. Impossible! Suspended in midair, Gamabunta's expression darkened as he felt the Extraordinary strength and near impenetrable hardness of the construct's sand. Like surface. That's enough, Lord Bunta. Minato called out urgently. The gap between himself and Raza was now close enough to act. Just as Minato prepared to utilize his flying thunder god kunai, Gamabunta abruptly pivoted in midair, retreating to safety. A gigantic tail swept through the space where he had been, slamming into the ground with a deafening crash. Had the toad lingered for even a second longer, that single strike could have inflicted severe damage. Are you okay, Lord Bunta? Don't worry, I'm fine. But this thing's hide is seriously tough, it made my hand ache. At that moment, Minato noticed something glowing beneath the Shikaku construct's torn surface. It's gold dust. The Fourth Kazekage has infused his gold dust into this creature. I see. No wonder it feels like a metal fortress. Minato, brute force won't work, we need to find an opening and use ninjutsu. Understood. Here we go. Gamabunta's enormous body lunged at the Shikaku construct again. This time, he was more cautious. As the construct's tail swung toward him, he spun in the air, deftly dodging while simultaneously forming hand seals. If it's sand, it must be weak to water. Water release, liquid bullet. A massive water bubble shot toward the Shikaku construct. As expected of a summoning beast from Mount Maiboku. Such chakra reserves. The water release technique was nearly at an S-rank level. However, Raza remained unshaken, merely controlling the Shikaku construct to raise an arm. A golden shield formed from condensed gold dust emerged like an umbrella, blocking the liquid bullet. The defense of the gold dust was indeed formidable. The water bubble exploded violently, transforming into a torrential rain that drenched the battlefield. Minato suddenly noticed something and said, Lord Bunta, we need to move the battlefield. There are too many shinobi from our village here. I understand. Seeing his attack ineffective, Gamabunta quickly retreated. Raza, also concerned about collateral damage to his own forces, controlled the Shikaku construct to give chase, maintaining the battle away from their respective shinobi. With the two giant entities gone, the shinobi of Sunagakure and Konoha could finally engage in combat without holding back. Before long, the two combatants had moved to a deserted area. As Gamabunta continued advancing, Raza's patience wore thin. Hey, Konoha shinobi, how far are you planning to run? Isn't this far enough? Gamabunta finally halted, turning to face Raza. Minato, standing on Gamabunta's head, wore a serious expression. Boss Toad, we need to finish this quickly. Our village's shinobi can't hold out much longer. Attention. I get it. We'll split up and attack. Controlling that construct has to divide his. Got it! Chapter 18, Shikaku vs. Gamabunta. Minato swiftly leapt off Gamabunta's head, separating from the toad to attack Raza from two different angles. Raza knew there was no way he could allow both of them to get close, especially Minato. Allowing Minato to approach would be equivalent to signing his own death sentence. Without hesitation, Raza began forming hand seals. Magnet release, gold dust shower. As his words echoed, a dense barrage of golden sunban erupted from behind him, filling the sky like a torrential rainstorm. The barrage covered an immense area, its speed making it nearly impossible to evade. Leave it to me, Minato declared, his hands moving in a blur as he formed the necessary hand seals. Wind release, pressing black. A violent hurricane spiraled from Minato's mouth, devouring the incoming golden sand sunban. But it didn't end there. The storm surged forward, speeding toward Shikaku's manifestation. Raza's expression remained impassive. When it came to wind release, he was a Master himself. Wind release, pressing black. He launched the same technique in response, and the two hurricanes collided. Midair, forming an impenetrable barrier of wind between Shikaku's avatar and Minato and Gamabunta. The force was so powerful that Gamabunta was pushed back. Impressive, Kazekage, Gamabunta rumbled. What a formidable wind release. After a moment of thought, he offered his advice. Minato, I'm afraid I'm not much help against something like this. Ken would be a better choice for the job. Minato immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Understood. Thanks for your help, Lord Bunta. No problem. I'll be heading back then, Gamabunta said, before vanishing into the distance. Minato wished Gamabunta could stay to assist with the other Sand Ninja, but summoning beasts for battles between shinobi was against Mount Myaboku's code. Gamabunta had only participated out of respect for Minato, but calling upon him to deal with regular Sand Ninja was outside of their agreement. True, the Sage Toads would step in for battles of life and death, but Raza was not an opponent Minato couldn't handle on his own. As Gamabunta returned to the summoning realm, Minato quickly formed the necessary hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. The mist that formed around him cleared, revealing a large red toad, armed with a black iron trident and an immense iron shield strapped to its back. Lord Kin, I'll be counting on you. Just keep that monster occupied for me, Minato called out. Gamakin, the summoned toad, surveyed the colossal creature before him and immediately understood his role. Understood. I may not be as graceful as Bunta, but I'll give it my all. Raza, watching the interaction, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. So this is Konoha's foundation, they can summon beasts of such power at will, while all I have is myself. The battle between the new summon and Raza's Shikaku began in earnest. Gamakin spun his trident with ease, leaping high into the air before bringing the weapon crashing down onto Shikaku's avatar. Raza attempted to block with Shikaku's massive arm, but it didn't take long for him to realize the vast difference in strength between Gamakin and Gamabunta. Gamakin's raw power was on an entirely different level. He could feel the tremors running through Shikaku's massive form. What terrifying strength! Raza muttered to himself. If this kept up, Shikaku's avatar would soon be in danger of falling. Meanwhile, Minato had already seized the opportunity to close in at an incredible speed. Raza spotted him and quickly formed hand seals. Magnet release, gold dust shower. Leave it to me, Minato shouted as the golden sand rained down from above. Gamakin raised his shield and braced himself for impact, while Minato pushed forward, closing in. What a troublesome opponent, Raza muttered, clapping his hands together. In an instant, two colossal sand arms shot up from the ground, reaching for Gamakin's legs as he leaped through the air. Leave it to me, Minato shouted, clapping his hands together. Wind release, severing cut. Sharp blades of wind shot forth, cutting through the sand arms with ease. They crumbled instantly into fine golden grains, cascading down from the sky like rain. At that moment, Gamakin had already reached Shikaku's manifestation. Using his experience, he wisely chose not to engage in direct combat. Instead, he raised his shield and, with all his weight and momentum, brought it crashing down onto Shikaku's head. This time, Raza found himself with no escape. He had no choice but to abandon Shikaku's avatar and retreat. Now's my chance, Minato thought out loud, his opportunity finally presenting itself. First, Minato was already dangerously close to Raza. Even if Raza managed to knock away Minato's flying thunder god kunai, the technique would allow him to close the gap almost instantly. Once he was in range, with the flying thunder god technique and Rasengan in his arsenal, Minato could easily overwhelm him. Second, Raza was now airborne, with no solid ground to adjust his movements. While this wouldn't be a significant problem for a Kage-level shinobi, even the slightest opening at this level could be lethal. Without hesitation, Minato hurled the Flying Thunder God Kunai. Raza, sensing the incoming threat, controlled his gold dust, forming a whip of iron to strike down the kunai. But before the kunai reached its target, Minato had already teleported. In an instant, Minato appeared, seized the kunai, and, with a single motion, slashed at the golden whip before hurling the kunai toward Raza again before vanishing once more. The kunai hurtled straight for Raza's face, and Minato reappeared just behind it. With a Rasengan pulsing brightly in his hand, Minato tore through the air, closing the distance between them. Raza's eyes widened. He quickly clasped his hands together. Gold dust barrier. Golden thorns erupted from the ground around him, forming an intricate and dense defense to block Minato's assault. But just as the barrier formed, Minato disappeared once again. Whoosh! Got you! Minato's voice rang coldly, devoid of emotion. In an instant, the brilliant light of the Rasengan engulfed Raza completely. For a moment, it seemed as though Minato was just seconds away from victory. But Raza was the Kazekage for a reason. Instead of a triumphant expression, Minato's face shifted into one of confusion and alarm. Something's wrong. The sensation transmitted through the Rasengan didn't feel like striking a real body. It felt like sand. A chill ran down Minato's spine, and he instinctively leaped backward. Yet, no counterattack came. Instead, Gamakin's voice rang out, tinged with panic. What is this? Minato's eyes snapped toward Gamakin. To his shock, the scattered sand from Shikaku's shattered form had suddenly come to life. It surged around Gamakin, enveloping him entirely. Gamakin swung his trident and kicked off the ground, trying to break free, but then he froze. His body wasn't responding. Even worse, his connection to Mount Myaboku had been severed. What? Purple-violet sealing scripts materialized out of thin air, traveling from the remains of Shikaku's avatar and transferring onto Gamakin's body. Minato's eyes widened in realization. As Kushina's husband, he was well-versed in sealing jutsu. His face darkened. This is a sealing technique. Damn it! Before Minato could fully process the situation, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Gamakin was sealed within a massive, pyramid-like vanish completely. Sorry, Minato. Those were Gamakin's last words. Atop the pyramid, Raza emerged slowly, his figure casting a shadow over the sand. Minato turned to face him, a sense of foreboding sinking in. As the dust settled, the Raza that had been struck by the Rasengan crumbled completely into sand. A sand clone? He prepared this in advance? Minato frowned, piecing the situation together. Though he had expected Raza to be difficult, especially given his status as the Kazekage, the sealing of Gamakin had completely caught him off guard. This meant Raza's true target wasn't Minato at all. It had been Gamakin. But why? Minato quickly realized this couldn't have been planned from the very beginning. After all, neither Gamabunta nor Gamakin had been part of the battle from the start. Minato had only summoned them as the fight unfolded. There was no way Raza could have foreseen their appearance. A thought flashed through Minato's mind, recalling the earlier exchange. Could it be that Tsunagakure doesn't actually intend to go to war with Konoha? Raza's voice, low and deliberate, echoed from atop the golden pyramid, confirming Minato's suspicion. Right now, Konoha's yellow flash, with just a flick of my fingers, I can crush your summon into dust. Structure made entirely of compressed sand. His final words echoed before he vanished completely. Sorry, Minato. Those were Gamakin's last words. Atop the pyramid, Raza emerged slowly, his figure casting a shadow over the sand. Minato turned to face him, a sense of foreboding sinking in. As the dust settled, the Raza that had been struck by the Rasengan crumbled completely into sand. A sand clone? He prepared this in advance? Minato frowned, piecing the situation together. Though he had expected Raza to be difficult, especially given his status as the Kazekage, the sealing of Gamakin had completely caught him off guard. This meant Raza's true target wasn't Minato at all. It had been Gamakin. But why? Minato quickly realized this couldn't have been planned from the very beginning. After all, neither Gamabunta nor Gamakin had been part of the battle from the start. Minato had only summoned them as the fight unfolded. There was no way Raza could have foreseen their appearance. A thought flashed through Minato's mind, recalling the earlier exchange. Could it be that Sunagakure doesn't actually intend to go to war with Konoha? Raza's voice, low and deliberate, echoed from atop the golden pyramid, confirming Minato's suspicion. Right now, Konoha's yellow flash, with just a flick of my fingers, I can crush your summon into dust. Chapter 19, Delaying Time. Minato observed the situation unfold before him and immediately understood the severity of the conflict. He scanned the battlefield, his frown deepening as he took in the chaos. Though the clash between the two villages had only just begun, Konoha's forces had already sustained significant casualties. While the Chunin and Jonin were managing to hold their ground against Suna's relentless assault, the Genin were falling like helpless prey, unable to defend themselves. Shibi Aburame and his team were also in a dire situation. Shibi's insects and Sum Inuzuka's ninja hounds were being thoroughly countered by Pakura's Scorch Release, preventing them from closing the distance. Every time they attempted to approach, the intense heat from Pakura's fireballs instantly evaporated the moisture in their bodies, leaving them charred husks, lifeless, before they could even react. Meanwhile, Choza Akimichi and Dot struggled to hold their ground against Michikawa's iron sand. Their multi-sized jutsu was barely enough to keep them alive, with every attack from the iron sand threatening to overwhelm them. Despite their efforts, they were hanging on by a thread, each moment more perilous than the last. As for why they hadn't switched opponents, well, that wasn't their decision to make. Pakura and Michikawa, armed with detailed intelligence from Raza, had carefully positioned themselves to ensure that none of Konoha's forces gained any advantage, while Pakura's Scorch Release remained effective against close combat fighters like the Akimichi clan. Michikawa's major vulnerability lay in the Aburame clan's insects. These insects had the ability to absorb chakra from iron sand, rendering Michikawa's control over it unstable and potentially disastrous. Standing at the base of Raza's golden pyramid, Minato's expression was steely and resolute. Kazekage of Sunagakure, what exactly is your goal? Raza looked down from his elevated position and responded without hesitation. My goal is simple. Hand over the one responsible for the death of our third Kazekage, Danzo Shimura, and provide compensation for Sunagakure's losses. If you comply, we will withdraw immediately. If not, we will wage an all-out war on Konoha until one of our villages is utterly destroyed. The force of Raza's words struck Minato like a blow, his mind racing as the gravity of the situation became clear. At this moment, Minato realized he had no choice. Despite being evenly matched with Raza, Konoha's forces were already pushing their limits. More critically, Gamakin was still trapped. Should anything happen to him, Minato would have no way to explain it to Mount Maiboku or Jiraiya-sensei. I understand. Let's agree to a temporary ceasefire. Give me 7 days. I will Report everything that has happened here to the village, and the Hokage will decide how to proceed, Minato proposed, his voice steady. Raza's cold gaze remained fixed on him as he smirked. 3 days. You have 3 days. If I do not receive an answer by then, we will officially declare war on Konoha. Minato's heart sank at the harsh ultimatum. 3 days would not be enough. 5 days. Please give me 5 days. 3 days is too short. We need more time to investigate the situation thoroughly. As the Kazekage, you must understand that Danzo is a senior elder of Konoha. Minato insisted, hoping to buy more time, but it only caused Raza's eyes narrowed fiercely. 4 days. That is my final offer. If I do not have an answer by dawn on the 4th day, we will resume our attack. Minato sighed inwardly, knowing that the next few days would be crucial. Understood. Then both sides will halt hostilities for now. Raza snorted in contempt. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled for his troops to withdraw, their movements precise and disciplined as they began to retreat from the battlefield. The Sunagakure shinobi, who had been locked in intense combat with Konoha's forces, heard the order to retreat. Though reluctant to leave the battlefield, they obeyed without hesitation. The previous night, Suna's high-ranking jonin had already briefed them on their true objective: survival. With the enemy withdrawing, Konoha's shinobi finally allowed themselves a brief moment of respite. However, as they surveyed the battlefield and the countless fallen comrades, especially the young genin, they could only clench their fists, silently mourning their losses and seething with anger. At that moment, Raza's voice rang out across the battlefield. Remember your promise, Konoha ninja. You have 4 days. If you do not hand over the murderer of the third Kazekage Danzo Shimura, this war will not end so easily. For now, we withdraw. These words stirred a mixture of resentment in the hearts of Konoha's shinobi. While they loathed Suna's forces for their aggression, a growing bitterness toward Danzo Shimura began to take root as well. As the Sunagakure forces retreated, Minato returned to his comrades. What do we do now? Akimichi Choza asked, sweat dripping from his brow and his breath heavy with exertion. Minato cast one last glance at the withdrawing forces before turning to Sum. Inazuka. Sum, I need you to return to the village immediately and report everything that has happened here to the Hokage. This situation was too delicate, too tied to Danzo, to simply relay intelligence through ordinary channels. A high-ranking, trusted shinobi needed to deliver the message personally. Meanwhile, on the Sunagakure side, as Raza led his troops away, he signaled for Yura, one of his ANBU, to approach. Your unit must immediately spread today's events to Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Konohagakure, particularly to the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Understood, Lord Kazekage. Without delay, Yura and several other ANBU members split from the main force, vanishing into the distance with swift precision. Back at the Sunagakure encampment, most of the troops had gone to rest, but Michikawa stepped forward, approaching Raza. I have some questions for you. Seeing Michikawa's expression, Pakura instinctively followed suit and stepped forward as well. Let's talk inside the tent, Raza said, motioning for them to follow. Once inside, the three settled down, the weight of the moment pressing on them. Before Michikawa could speak, Raza raised a hand to silence him. I know what you want to ask, Raza said, his tone measured. But for now, the only truth that exists is that the third Kazekage was killed by Konoha's Danzo. That is the most advantageous answer for Sunagakure. Michikawa's eyes narrowed as he processed Raza's words. He understood immediately what Raza was implying. Despite the countless questions swirling in his mind, he realized that Raza had no intention of elaborating further. With a Reluctant nod, Michikawa fell silent, unwilling to press the issue any longer. Pakura stared at Raza, a flicker of realization crossing her features. She hesitated. For a moment, surprised by what she had just comprehended. Instead of pressing him with her questions, she chose to redirect the conversation. Isn't 4 days too much time for Konoha? If they use this period to prepare, we could find ourselves in a difficult position. Raza remained calm, unfazed by her concerns. Don't worry. I've already sent ANBU to spread the information to the other villages. Kumo and IWA won't remain passive. Hearing Raza's confidence, Pakura relaxed slightly. She hadn't known that he had already accounted for the potential threat from the other villages. For some reason, as she reflected on the recent events, she found herself growing increasingly impressed by Raza's leadership as Kazekage. His ability to think ahead and manage the situation with such precision made her reconsider her earlier doubts. At that moment, Raza spoke again, his voice carrying a weight of authority. For the next 4 days, Konoha likely won't make any moves. This area will remain stable, so I plan to return to the village in secret. I'll leave the operations here in your hands for now. Both Pakura and Michikawa were startled by this announcement. However, neither of them questioned Raza's decision. It wasn't their place to ask, not when the Kazekage had made his choice. Regardless of their personal opinions about Raza's decisions, the fact remained that he was the Kazekage, and that position carried with it undeniable authority. In the short term, a direct conflict with Konoha seemed unlikely. Even if one did erupt, Suna's military strength was more than sufficient to handle it. But the true reason behind Raza's departure was something else. He had realized something crucial during this battle. Despite his formidable abilities, he had only managed to fight Minato Namikaze to a standstill, not securing a definitive victory. If Konoha sent another shinobi of Minato's caliber, Raza knew he wouldn't be able to handle it. To ensure Suna's dominance and secure his place as the strongest leader, Raza needed to grow even stronger before the next conflict. And he had already set his sights on the perfect source of power, the meteorite of Hashikaku the star. This mysterious, powerful object would grant him the pure, concentrated chakra he required to elevate his abilities to an entirely new level. His next target was clear, and he would stop at nothing to obtain it. Chapter 20, War Breaks Out. Raza's prediction was spot on. Less than half a day had passed, and under the careful manipulations of Tsunagekyu's ANBU, news of Suna's clash with Konoha spread like wildfire. The entire shinobi world was now aware of the conflict. Kumogakyur, Iwagakyur, Kirigakyur. All 3 great villages had their eyes locked onto the unfolding war. Land of Lightning, Kumogakyur. Aya! A deafening crack echoed through the Raikage's office as the third Raikage slammed his fists down, splitting his massive wooden desk in two. Papers scattered across the floor, and the ANBU standing before him flinched at the sheer force of his rage. 3. What the hell is going on? He thundered, his voice shaking the very walls. His burning gaze swept over his intelligence core, their bodies stiff with tension. What have you ANBU been doing? How did we fail to detect Konoha's frontline? Commander change? The elite shinobi hesitated, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Before any of them could stammer out a response, a calm voice cut through the storm. Raikage-sama. Darui, the Raikage's most trusted strategist, stepped forward. His usual laid-back demeanor was intact, but his sharp eyes betrayed a mind already working through the possibilities. I don't believe the ANBU are at fault here, he reasoned. Konoha must have taken deliberate measures to conceal the change. It's understandable that our intelligence failed to pick up on it. The Raikage's clenched fists remained on the remnants of his desk, but he said nothing. Then, another voice joined the conversation. That's right, father. The towering figure of the future Fourth Kazekage, stood with his muscular arms crossed, his lips curled into a confident smirk. His sharp eyes gleamed with excitement. This is a golden opportunity for Kumogakure, he declared. Sunagakure is attacking Konoha, and with that old man Inoki stirring up trouble in Iwagakure, Konoha won't be able to handle a three-way siege. The statement was bold, yet undeniably logical. Even a powerhouse like Konoha would struggle against three simultaneous threats. But the third Raikage was no fool. His explosive nature aside, he was a seasoned leader, a man who had maintained Kumogakure's dominance for years through sheer strength and strategic brilliance. He folded his arms, his sharp gaze shifting toward Darui. What do you make of Sunagakure's intelligence? He asked. Darui didn't hesitate. The information appears legitimate, he admitted, but the contents are too shocking to ignore. Could it really be true that the Third Kazekage was assassinated by Konoha's Danzo? The room fell into a tense silence. The third Raikage inhaled deeply, his expression dark and brooding. I've met that Danzo Shimura before, he muttered, his deep voice laced with contempt. That man, he's the kind of shinobi that makes your skin crawl just by standing near him. Like a filthy sewer rat lurking in the shadows. His fingers curled into a tight fist, his knuckles turning white. If it's him, then yes. I can believe it. Still grinning, didn't seem to pick up on the weight of his father's words. Instead, his excitement only grew. Ha! If that's the case, Konoha is screwed. His smirk widened as he let out a low chuckle. That bastard Danzo has violated not one, but two of Konoha's greatest taboos. Would release and the Sharingan. The Uchiha won't stay silent about this, and neither will the Hokage. Internal strife within Konoha was the best possible outcome for Kumogakure. Yet, despite the seemingly good news, the third Raikage did not celebrate. His sharp mind was already at work, dissecting the situation, analyzing every possible outcome. His expression remained grave. Seeing this, I raised an eyebrow. Father, what's on your mind? The third Raikage remained silent for a moment, his intense gaze fixed on the broken remains of his desk. Then, with a slow exhale, he turned to his ANBU. Registered. Keep a close eye on that man, Danzo Shimura. If the opportunity arises, bring him to Kumogakure. A heavy silence fell over the room. Every shinobi present exchanged looks of shock and understanding. Realization dawned instantly. The third Raikage wasn't just interested in Danzo's involvement, he wanted his forbidden techniques. The power of would release and the Sharingan abilities that had shaped the legendary battles of the past. If Kumogakure could claim these techniques, they wouldn't just rival Konoha, they would surpass it, cementing their place as the strongest village in the world. Darui swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain composure before he spoke. Again. And what about Konoha? Should we strike now while they're vulnerable? The third Raikage shifted his focus to the ANBU once more. Who is currently leading Konoha's forces? One of the ANBU immediately stepped forward, his voice firm. Our sources have confirmed. It's Orochimaru. The room turned eerily silent. The very name carried weight. Orochimaru, the enigmatic and ruthless Sannin, a man feared for his inhuman experiments and deadly intellect. A moment passed before a sinister smile spread across the third Raikage's face. Good. Very good. It's finally time to settle our score with Blue Bee. At the mention of Blue Bee, the air in the room grew thick with restrained anger. Blue Bee, the first Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, had been more than just a weapon to Kumogakure. He was the third Raikage's nephew and the cousin of the future. Fourth Raikage. 6 years ago, when Kumogakure attempted to kidnap Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki, Konoha had retaliated in secret. They sent Orochimaru. What followed was chaos. Orochimaru's infiltration triggered the berserk rampage of the 8 tails, devastating the village. In the end, Blueby perished, his body and mind unable to contain the beast's fury. Kumogakure had never forgotten, never forgiven. The third Raikage's voice cut through the silence, resolute and commanding. Relay my command. All Kumogakure forces march into the land of fire. Immediately. The war has begun. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, as Kumogakure declared all-out war, a lone figure sat in his dimly lit office, reading an intelligence report. Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, narrowed his eyes, his wrinkles deepening as he absorbed the contents. Unlike Kumogakure, he wasn't overly concerned with Danzo or even the third Kazekage's death. His focus lay elsewhere, on 2 ominous words buried within. The report would release Sharingan. So, Konoha never abandoned their research on Hashirama and Madara's power. After all, his voice was laced with quiet fury. Few men in the world understood the true terror of these abilities, but Inoki did. He had witnessed Madara Uchiha's might firsthand. He had seen how the combination of the Sharingan and would release could reshape battlefields and annihilate entire armies. This could not be allowed. A younger shinobi stepped forward, his son, Kuratsuchi's father. The resemblance between them was striking, but his expression lacked his father's usual sharp cunning. Father, what should we do? Inoki's gaze remained fixed on the report, his mind running through every possible scenario. We cannot allow Konoha to complete their research, he said, voice heavy with finality. Then, with a sharp exhale, he raised his head and fixed his son with a commanding stare. This time, I want you to lead the mission personally. His son nodded, his expression turning serious. Understood. Inoki's frown deepened, as if the weight of the decision pressed heavily upon him. Take Han and Rashi with you. Inform them about the Sharingan and would release. They will cooperate with you. A glint of understanding passed through his son's eyes. Han, the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, and Rashi, the Jinchuriki of the 4 tails, both formidable warriors in their own right. If anyone could disrupt Konoha's plans, it was them. I understand. I'll depart immediately. Just as he turned to leave, Inoki's voice rang out once more. One more thing. His son halted, glancing back. Remember, our primary objective is to keep Konoha occupied and support Kumogakure. Do not let our shinobi die in vain. His son met his gaze, eyes firm with resolve. Understood, father. I will do as you command. Land of the Sea, a hidden sanctuary between the land of fire and the land of water. A vast ocean dotted with countless islands stretched as far as the eye could see. Its unique geography, filled with hidden coves and labyrinthine currents, made it an ideal refuge for those lurking in the shadows. And here, deep within a concealed underground cavern, resided Madara Uchiha. The dimly lit chamber was vast, dominated by the imposing figure of the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Madara sat slumped against its base, his breath slow, his body frail yet still radiating an undeniable sense of power. In his trembling hands, he held an intelligence report delivered by Zetsu. His weakened body might have been failing him, but his mind remained as sharp as ever. His eyes flicked across the parchment, and after a brief pause, he scoffed. So, this Danzo, he murmured, his voice raspy yet laced with amusement. His memory sifted through the distant past, recalling the name. one of Tobarama's students, huh? Humph. So not all of them were useless after all. Too bad it's meaningless. A mere mortal grasping at the power of the gods. A pathetic imitation. True power, Madara knew, could only be attained through the perfect fusion of the sage's body and the sage's eyes. Through the Uchiha stone tablet, he had uncovered the truth, the power of Indra and Ashura, the eternal struggle between their descendants. And he and Hashirama were the culmination of that very cycle. Now, some insignificant brat dared to covet Hashirama's legacy? Madara's lips curled into a smirk, but his Sharingan gleamed coldly, devoid of humor. Zetsu. The cavern ceiling stirred. From the darkness, two figures began to shift, their white, fluid-like bodies oozing downward, merging and twisting until they took humanoid form. Madara-sama, we're here. What do you need? Madara's gaze remained on the report, his tone cold as ice. Keep a close watch on this Danzo boy. I need to confirm whether he has truly obtained Hashirama's power. The two white Zetsu figures nodded eagerly. Understood, Madara-sama. Konoha's barrier system was formidable, but Madara had helped build the village himself. He knew its weaknesses. With Mito Uzumaki gone, there was no longer anyone in Konoha who could sense White Zetsu's movements. As for the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Humph. A quiet scoff escaped Madara's lips, filled with nothing but contempt. The two Zetsu vanished into the cavern walls, their bodies sinking into the earth, like shadows melting into darkness. The chamber fell silent once more. Madara exhaled slowly and shut his eyes, his body entering a meditative state. He had to conserve his strength. His time had not yet come. In Konoha, the moment battlefield intelligence arrived, the village elders moved swiftly. Orders were issued. The information was to be suppressed. Not a single word of the brewing conflict was to reach the public. Konoha was at war, but fear and chaos could not be allowed to take root. However, Raza had foreseen this. His spies, deeply embedded within Konoha, wasted no time. Like wildfire, the news spread through underground channels, whispered in dimly lit alleys and echoed in the corridors of the Uchiha compound. The Uchiha clan had barely begun to process the implications when suddenly, a storm erupted. A figure burst into the Hokage's office, their rage uncontainable. Their eyes burned with fury. Their voice thundered through the room. Konoha's peace was about to shatter. Chapter 21, Chaos in Konoha. Konoha, Hokage Building. With a loud boom, the main doors of the Hokage office were kicked open. Inside the conference room, the Konoha elders were listening to Tsum Inuzuka's report when they saw Tsunade barge in. Their brows furrowed, and an ominous feeling settled in their hearts. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could speak, Koharu Udatain took the lead and sternly questioned. Tsunade, are you rebelling? This is the Hokage's office, you. Unfortunately for her, Tsunade was even more aggressive. Her face filled with rage, she roared. Shut up, you old hag. Koharu was stunned. She was about to lash out in anger, but the murderous glare in Tsunade's eyes made her freeze in place. Don't force me to kill you. The chilling threat sent shockwaves through the room. Everyone in the office was taken aback. Tsunade's eyes swept across the room before she fixated on Hiruzen, who sat quietly. Where is Danzo? Hearing this, Hiruzen immediately realized what was going on. At that moment, an Umbu agent suddenly appeared beside him and whispered something in his ear, deepening the frown on his face. He let out a sigh before facing the raging granddaughter of the first Hokage. Tsunade, calm down. We need to investigate this matter thoroughly. But Tsunade had no intention of backing down. After all, this was her grandfather they were talking about. It was bad enough that he had passed away, but for Danzo to desecrate his corpse? Unforgivable. Investigate? Old man, stop with the nonsense. Bring Danzo out here. One look at his arm, and I'll know everything. Hiruzen couldn't possibly comply with this demand. He could only stall for time. I will send someone to look for Danzo, but you need to calm down first. This is a scheme by Sunagakure. A scheme? Tsunade let out a cold, disdainful laugh. If I see Danzo myself, I'll know whether it's a scheme or not. At this point, Tsunade turned to her teacher and the two elders, who didn't seem particularly surprised by her outburst. Then, a sudden realization struck her. Her pupils shrank, her face darkened, and she gritted her teeth as she faced her teacher. Sensei. Don't tell me you already knew? Or worse, did you approve of this? Did you allow them to desecrate my grandfather's body? Have you forgotten? You are a disciple of Grandpa Tobirama. Her words sent shockwaves through the room. Even Hamura Mitokado couldn't hold back his anger and shouted. Tsunade, this is not a place for you to behave so recklessly. But Tsunade met his gaze without fear and roared back. Oh? What's the matter? Does Elder Hamura want to kill me too? Of course, that would make sense. After all, I'm the last remaining descendant of the Senju clan. I bet you'd love to get your hands on my corpse for research. Hamura and Koharu's faces instantly turned ashen after hearing this. Yet, they truly had no way to deal with Tsunade. Not only was she the last heir of the Senju clan, but she was also one of the legendary Sannin. Neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru were people to be trifled with. Fortunately, Orochimaru had been sent to the battlefield against Kumogakure. Seated at his desk, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only sigh helplessly. I admit it, Tsunade. The village did indeed conduct research on the first Hokage's body, but it was only to uncover the secrets of the wood release and to enhance the village's strength. Moreover, I ordered the research to be stopped 5 years ago. As for the intelligence from Sunagakure, I can only confirm its validity after Danzo arrives. But just then, another Umbu appeared beside Hiruzen and whispered something in his ear. Hiruzen's expression changed slightly, and he looked toward Tsunade, unsure of how to proceed. What is it, old man? Is there something you can't tell me? Hiruzen, clearly distressed, sighed and opened his eyes. We just received word that both Kumogakure and Iwagakure have launched surprise attacks on the borders of the Land of Fire. A full-scale war has broken out, and Danzo, he's gone to the battlefield. Tsunade's fury exploded in an instant. Was Danzo not confessing by leaving at this time? There was no way this was just a coincidence. Old man, you're the Hokage. Shouldn't Danzo have informed you before leaving the village? Seeing Tsunade's rage, Hiruzen knew that Danzo had likely gone into hiding to avoid suspicion. As for whether Danzo had actually implanted the first Hokage's cells and the Sharingan, Hiruzen didn't have proof. But instinctively, he felt that it was true, as Danzo was precisely the type of person who would do something like that. However, he couldn't say that aloud. In Hiruzen's mind, Danzo's importance outweighed even the cells of the first Hokage or the Sharingan. He could only try to reassure Tsunade. Tsunade, I will give you an explanation about this, but right now, the situation is critical. Once the situation at the borders stabilizes, I will personally investigate Danzo. At that moment, Tsunade's gaze turned icy. Her expression was devoid of anger, replaced by a cold smile. Without saying another word, she turned and left the room, not even looking back at her once familiar teacher. As Tsunade stormed out, Koharu Udatane turned to the third Hokage and raised her concern. Tsunade is getting more and more out of control. Just like Orochimaru. Hamura Mitokado also raised his voice in a cautionary tone. Tsunade is a minor issue. The Uchiha clan is the real problem. If Tsunade knows about this, the Uchiha have likely already found out. Koharu Udatane snorted dismissively. Don't worry. Fugaku is too weak. He won't dare to turn against the village. We just need to keep an eye on the hawks among the Uchiha. What about Sunagakure? Hiruzen thought for a moment before responding. If it comes to that, I'll have to step in personally." Koharu and Hamura both nodded in agreement, reassured by Hiruzen's decision. As Koharu had said, Tsunade's departure seemed like an individual issue, but the real trouble loomed with the Uchiha clan. It wasn't until much later that Fugaku Uchiha, accompanied by his clan, arrived at the Hokage building. As expected, Fugaku was rather weak-willed. Even though the Uchiha were fervently protesting behind him, under the threats from Koharu and Hamura, as well as the pressure from Hiruzen about the village's greater good, Fugaku chose to compromise. His clan's anger and disappointment were evident in their gazes. Just then, the Umbu brought in some bad news for the three elders. "Hokage-sama, Elder Hamura, Elder Koharu, Tsunade-sama has left the village with her student, Shizune." "How audacious! Is Tsunade planning to betray the village?" The two elders raised their complaints, but Hiruzen remained calm and asked, "Do we know where Tsunade has gone?" The Umbu gulped before shaking his head. "We're not sure, but it's clear she's not heading toward Iwagakure." Hiruzen sighed in relief, but he also understood that Tsunade had likely lost all faith in the village. However, being in his position, many things were beyond his control. One such example is Orochimaru's rebellion. Fortunately, Tsunade's hemophobia prevented her from going to the battlefield. Her departure would have minimal impact on the village. "We'll keep this quiet for now." "Understood." And so, as turmoil spread throughout the ninja world, in the dark of night, Raza had already taken two Umbu operatives and crossed the Land of Fire, heading toward the Land of Bears. Following the Umbu's guidance, Raza soon found himself at the location of Hashigakure in the Land of Bears. "You'll wait here. Keep an eye and inform me if anything happens." Looking at the poisonous gas-filled canyon before him, Raza gave a cold, commanding gesture. "Yes, Kazekage-sama." With a wave of his hand, gold sand gathered at his feet and lifted him over the green toxic gas canyon. A small village marked with a star symbol came into view, and Raza immediately sensed that his target was close. Chapter 22, Hashigakure. Hashigakure, the Star Ninja Village, is one of the lesser-known ninja villages in the world of Naruto, yet it is one that Raza, the Kazekage, recalls with distinct clarity. The reason for this is straightforward: it's tied to the meteorite that once fell from the heavens, crashing onto the very land that would become Hashigakure. Legend has it that 200 years ago, long before the 5 great ninja villages were founded, a meteorite fell from the sky, landing in the Land of Bears. A skilled ninja discovered this celestial rock and realized it held extraordinary, mystical powers. The meteorite radiated an immensely potent chakra, which, when absorbed, could amplify a ninja's own chakra. By training in its proximity, a ninja could enhance their abilities at an accelerated rate. This discovery led to the creation of a technique known as the Peacock Feathers Jutsu, which allowed the user to channel chakra into powerful, tangible beast attacks. This ninja, who discovered the star's secrets, went on to establish Hashigakure and assumed the title of Hashikage, claiming the village as his own. Why, then, did Raza decide to target this meteorite as his next potential source of power? The answer lies in a theory he had heard before, one discussed among enthusiasts who speculated that this star might have originated from the moon or, perhaps, had once been part of the Ten Tails itself. Of course, such ideas were nothing more than wild speculation, lacking any real evidence to support them. However, for Raza, who was struggling to find new sources of power in the short term, the idea of tapping into this extraterrestrial meteorite seemed like the most cost-effective option available. As he reflected on this theory, he gazed down upon the small village of Hashigakure below. With fewer than 1,000 residents, it was hardly a major threat. He quickly pinpointed his target, scanned the area for any protective barriers, and descended from the sky. With Raza's power as a Kage, infiltrating a small village like Hashigakure was effortlessly simple. Even the ANBU patrols, whose abilities were limited to the level of Chunin, stood no chance of detecting his presence. Soon, he found himself inside a large shrine. The spacious main hall held a single altar, upon which sat a fist-sized, purple stone radiating a deep, purple chakra. Raza studied the stone closely, noting the protective barriers surrounding it. But these barriers posed no real challenge for him. Instead of rushing to seize the stone, he decided to first analyze the chakra it emitted, curious about its true potential. Raza recalled his earlier research, aware of the significant side effects that accompany training with the star's chakra. With his vast knowledge and experience as a Kage, Raza quickly attuned himself to the chakra's true nature. While he could not confirm if this star was truly a fragment of the Ten Tails, one thing became abundantly clear: the chakra emanating from this star possessed a remarkable ability to activate and enhance a ninja's physical capabilities. What is activation? Simply put, it's akin to bloodlust or frenzy in a video game. The chakra that ninjas use is drawn from their bodies and spirits. This process, however, has its limitations due to factors like the speed of cell division, the intensity of the chakra, and a ninja's mental fortitude. But activation has the power to stimulate and speed up this process. The result is that ninjas can extract more chakra from their bodies, drastically enhancing their physical and mental attributes, things like defense, speed, recovery, and mental reflexes. This concept is somewhat similar to the lightning-style chakra mode used by the Hidden Cloud Village, where lightning-based chakra stimulates bodily activation, granting incredible defense, speed, and strength. However, a person's chakra is finite, and the accelerated process of activation overdraws the body's potential, much like the speed of cell division is limited. This rapid process ultimately accelerates aging. No wonder. This must be the side effect of the star. Still, Raza was ready to absorb the chakra from the star using his vessel. The side effects would only become a concern later on. For now, the activation could compensate for his weaknesses in close combat. Furthermore, perhaps the vessel could nullify the side effects entirely. And if it couldn't, Raza had a backup plan. That plan involved natural energy. Yes, the very same energy used in Sage Art. He recalled that during Naruto's training on Mount Myaboku in Sage Mode, Gamamaru had mentioned that Sage Mode allowed its user to absorb external natural energy. This not only refreshed the body but also prevented fatigue without burdening it. As for where Raza could learn this Sage Art? As the Kazekage of Sunigakure, he couldn't exactly visit the three major sacred places. But that didn't mean he was without options. That was where Jugo came in, an individual capable of automatically absorbing natural energy. Even without Jugo, Raza knew there were other ways, like using the tailed beasts. He was confident he could manage the side effects. With this thought in mind, he acted swiftly, forming hand seals. 5 Sealing Barrier. A square barrier materialized, encircling Raza and the star. The barrier isolated perception both inside and outside its boundaries. Next, he released the barrier beneath the star and extended his right hand, directing his vessel toward it. In an instant, a massive suction force surged, pulling the chakra directly from the star. After about an hour or so, the two ANBU guarding around Hoshigakure became aware that the Kazekage had returned. While they were curious as to why the Kazekage, who had originally stated he was heading back to the village, had chosen to visit such a small ninja village, they wisely chose not to voice their thoughts, as was expected of ANBU operatives. Forget everything that happened today. Yes, sir. Now then, let's head back. The two ANBU silently followed the Kazekage, noticing that the direction he was taking was not towards the village. However, they kept their silence, understanding that it wasn't their place to question their superior. Raza, of course, had no intention of allowing these two ANBU to follow him any further. But with the mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage, as the fourth Kazekage and the current leader of Sunigakure, Raza found it difficult to operate completely alone. It wasn't impossible to act alone, but given the current state of the village and the lingering aftermath of the war, it was prudent to consider the opinions of the village's ninja during this delicate period. As for his recent acquisition, Raza found it, how should he put it? Although the meteorite didn't provide him with the same powerful chakra as Kusunagi's sword, it still yielded unexpected results. However, if he wanted to fully understand and verify its potential, he would need to wait for the right time. For now, with his goal achieved, it was better to return to the front lines. the round trip alone would take at least 2 days. As the deadline for the 4-day mark approached, the situation on the front lines grew more unstable. His concerns were justified. As Raza made his way back, a white-haired boy was hastily making his way toward the front lines of Konoha. Meanwhile, Shikaku would soon discover that the star at the heart of their village had vanished. Ironically, this might turn out to be a blessing in disguise for Shikaku. The disappearance of the star could prevent potential future tragedies from unfolding. Chapter 23, Mount Maiboku. Mononoke Castle. Mononoke Castle was the seat of the prestigious Mononoke clan, one of the most renowned noble families in the Land of Fire. As one of the 3 major cities involved in this strategic operation, Baki had personally traveled here to carry out his mission, determined not to disappoint Raza's high expectations. The plan from Sunagaku's was straightforward. By night, Sunagaku's ninjas would use their advanced ninjutsu to subtly control the selected high-ranking nobles of Mononoke Castle. These nobles, however, were not without their defenses. They employed rogue ninjas to guard their estates, but none of them posed a real challenge to Sunagaku's elite shinobi. During the day, Sunagaku's forces would orchestrate the transportation of wealth from the city under the guise of merchant caravans. Given the small number of Sunagaku's operatives, less than 100, there was no way they could move all the seized goods on their own. The use of merchant caravans was the most efficient method to ensure the goods' safe transport without drawing attention. Mononoke was a bustling city with a thriving economy. Its merchant activity was so frequent that no one questioned the origins or destinations of the caravans moving in and out of the city. As the days passed, Baki couldn't help but feel a growing admiration for Raza's tactical brilliance. In just 3 days, the wealth they had gained from Mononoke alone was staggering, enough to make Baki's greed flare. The paper currency alone amounted to 700 million ryo, more than the entire annual allocation the daimyo of the Land of Wind provided to Sunagaku. And that was just the beginning. The riches they had seized included vast stores of grain, textiles, salt, iron, sugar, medicine, silver, gold, and priceless jewels. Baki's thoughts were consumed with how he could transport every possible valuable back to Sunagaku. With this haul, he was certain that Sunagaku would be free from financial worries for decades to come. But even with such prosperity within reach, Baki's mind remained fixated on one thing: the battlefield at the front lines. Land of Fire. The front line between Sunagaku and Konoha. The vast plains, once fertile and open, had long since turned into a barren desert, the landscape dominated by a colossal pyramid that loomed ominously. Sunagaku's shinobi patrolled the area relentlessly, ever watchful. For the past 3 days, Konoha's shinobi had remained at a distance, wary of direct confrontation and careful to avoid any escalation. Although the animosity between Konoha and Sunagaku wasn't as personal or direct as that with Kumogaku, tensions between the 5 great nations had always been simmering. It was unrealistic to expect genuine harmony between their ninja forces, especially when there was so much history of conflict. This time, however, Konoha's shinobi couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of disadvantage when facing Sunagaku's forces. First, there was the matter of Danzo's actions, which provided Sunagaku with a valid pretext for aggression. Second, the recent invasions by Kumogaku and Iwagaku into the Land of Fire had put Konoha on high alert. With so many looming threats, they couldn't afford to provoke Sunagaku too much. But today, there was a slight shift in Konoha's morale, as a legendary shinobi had arrived on the battlefield. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, Jiraiya, accompanied by Minato, stepped onto the field. Both of them fixed their gazes upon the massive seal that confined Gamakin. Minato spoke, his voice tinged with apology. "I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sensei, for allowing Ken-sama to remain sealed here." Jiraiya shook his head, his expression dark as he studied the seal intently. "No." He paused. His tone carried a sense of understanding. "You did the right thing. Konoha can't afford to make any more enemies right now." On their journey, Jiraiya had already been briefed on the ongoing situation, including the internal turmoil within the village. Tsunade's decision to leave Konoha in order to clear her mind had left him feeling unsettled. These past few years, he had felt the distance growing between himself and Orochimaru, and now Tsunade, too, was slipping away. But Jiraiya didn't show his inner turmoil. He maintained his usual, carefree demeanor, hiding the weight of his thoughts behind a playful smile. Let's get Gamakin out of here quickly. If we don't, Fukasaku-sama will never let me hear the end of it. As the two approached the seal, Tsunagekyou's patrolling shinobi immediately became tense. The air around them shifted as they prepared to engage, but when they recognized Jiraiya, their expressions shifted from suspicion to dread. It was inevitable. The legendary Sannin were too famous, and their reputation preceded them. Quick, inform Kazekage-sama. One of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, is here. Jiraiya, unconcerned by the sudden tension, walked toward the seal and examined the intricate inscriptions carefully. This is strange. This seal actually severs Gamakin's connection to Mount Maiboku. The Tsunagekure shinobi present were only Chunin, and none were bold enough to challenge the presence of the legendary Sannin. They simply stood by, watching in silence. Minato, studying the seal as well, also nodded. Yes, I'd never seen anything like this before. Even the records Kushina left me don't mention a seal like this. Jiraiya nodded, his eyes narrowing with resolve. I see. In that case, there's only one thing left to do. He quickly formed the hand signs for his summoning technique. Summoning Jutsu. A puff of smoke billowed in front of them, and in its wake appeared a short toad wearing a gray cloak. Both Jiraiya and Minato greeted the toad with deep respect. Fukasaku-sama. The moment Fukasaku laid eyes on the enormous seal, he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. His gaze shifted to the inscriptions on the massive pyramid, and his expression turned serious. This is... His reaction made both Jiraiya and Minato exchange curious glances. Minato spoke first, anxiety in his voice. Fukasaku-sama, is Ken-sama alright? Fukasaku nodded with a soft smile. Don't worry. Gamakin is fine. I can sense that he's still alive and well. But this seal, if I'm not mistaken, it uses Shikaku's unique power. Shikaku? Jiraiya and Minato exclaimed in unison. They both immediately understood the implications. Jiraiya muttered under his breath. I see, so it's the power of a tailed beast. I'd heard rumors that the second Kazekage had conducted extensive research on Shikaku and even developed several formidable jutsu. Looks like those rumors were true. Minato, however, was more focused on the immediate issue at hand. His expression tightened as he asked. Then, can we rescue Ken-sama? Without hesitation, Fukasaku nodded, his determination clear. He summoned another toad, a large scroll toad, which appeared beside him. Jiraiya, prepare the sealing release technique. Understood! Jiraiya responded immediately. The scroll toad unfurled a massive scroll, and Fukasaku, with a series of swift hand seals, began to channel his sage chakra. He placed his hands on the center of the scroll, and at once, an array of mysterious symbols flew from it, spiraling through the air like chains. They shot toward the inscriptions on the pyramid, binding them and pulling them into the scroll. Sage art, sealing release. At that moment, Tsunagekure's reinforcements rushed in, making their presence known. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya and Minato appeared before Pakura and Michikawa, intercepting them. Apologies, Tsunagekure shinobi, but this war has nothing to do with Ken-sama. This is a dispute between our villages. Please allow him to return home. Jiraiya's gaze landed on Pakura, a young, fierce, and beautiful shinobi. A mischievous grin crossed his face, his usual blend of arrogance and charm evident. Michikawa hesitated, unsure of what to do, but Pakura's temper flared. Don't be ridiculous. Four fireballs materialized around her, spinning rapidly and merging into one massive sphere. Scorch release, blazing wildfire. Pakura cried, and the enormous fireball launched toward Fukasaku. Jiraiya and Minato hadn't anticipated such a swift and aggressive attack, but they immediately sensed the intensity of the heat, the very air around them seemed to burn. Water style, water formation wall. Jiraiya called, attempting to counter the attack with a defensive jutsu. But as the water jutsu neared the fireball, it evaporated into steam, unable to withstand the fiery onslaught. "Lead it to me, sensei." Minato called out and jumped to take the action. Summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon. With a resounding boom, 3 enormous demonic gates appeared before them. They stood like towering walls, blocking the oncoming attack. The fireball collided with the gates, exploding with a deafening roar. The blinding light of the explosion engulfed the Rashomon gates, and though the gates absorbed the brunt of the blast, all 3 were shattered. But it was already too late. As the seal shattered, sand cascaded from the pyramid, revealing a weakened Gamakin, who staggered out from the ruins. Fukasaku, undeterred by the ongoing battle between shinobi, focused entirely on the task at hand. "I'm taking Ken back." With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke, disappearing from sight along with the said prisoner of Sunagakure. Pakura clenched her fists in frustration, her anger mounting. For more fireballs appeared around her, ready to launch. "Damn you, Kono!" she growled, but Minato, ever perceptive and calm in the heat of battle, observed the situation closely and asked, "Wait a sec. Is your Kazekage not here?" Chapter 24, Star Chakra Mode. Hiding behind Pakura, Michikawa immediately frowned. The reason he hadn't attacked alongside her was simple: Raza, the Kazekage, was not present, making it inappropriate to escalate the situation into open conflict. Michikawa didn't respond directly to Minato's question. Instead, he shot back with a question of his own. "Oh? Konoha's ninja, are you offering Danzo to Sunagakure or preparing for war? If so, we of Sunagakure will be more than happy to oblige." As soon as his words fell, more Sunagakure shinobi began to appear, flanking him from all sides. While these shinobi were no match for Jiraiya or Minato individually, their sheer numbers created an oppressive atmosphere, making it clear that any movement could easily spiral into an all-out confrontation. Jiraiya, aware that he had come alone and that Konoha was unable to send reinforcements, could only laugh awkwardly. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling that he had no intention of provoking a fight. "Ha ha ha." Jiraiya chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "Don't misunderstand, everyone from Sunagakure. We have no intention of waging war against you. As for the disappearance of your third Kazekage, our village is currently investigating it." Pakura, however, was not convinced by Jiraiya's words. The fact that Konoha had intervened in their village's affairs by rescuing Gamakin, despite the village being in a tense war with Sunagakure, was a grave insult in her eyes. Moreover, Jiraiya's lecherous expression only served to fuel her disdain. Just as Pakura began to move toward them, ready to take action, Michikawa stepped forward, raising his hand to halt her. His voice was deep and commanding as he spoke. "Remember this, Konoha's ninja, you have 1 day. If there are no results by sunrise tomorrow..." With those words, Michikawa and the Sunagakure shinobi turned and left reluctantly. As they disappeared into the distance, Minato and Jiraiya exchanged looks of suspicion. It seemed that the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure was indeed absent from the scene. Despite the slight relief they felt knowing Raza wasn't there, they didn't let their guard down. Both Konoha shinobis knew that while this encounter had not escalated into war, it was a delicate situation. Konoha could not afford another conflict at this moment, not with their resources already stretched thin. On the way back to the Sunagakure encampment, Pakura, still simmering with frustration, shouted at Michikawa. "Why didn't we attack? You just let those Konoha ninjas rescue that summoning beast." Michikawa remained calm, his demeanor unchanged despite Pakura's outburst. "Don't forget the Kazekage's orders. Our mission is to buy time, war is not our ultimate goal." Pakura's eyes narrowed in irritation, though she understood the reasoning. Still, she couldn't suppress her displeasure. "Kazekage? Since when did you become so obedient to him?" Michikawa's expression darkened, a hint of frustration flashing across his face. "No matter how we feel about it, Raza is already the village's Kazekage. That is an undeniable fact. Pakura caught the subtle shift in Michikawa's tone. It seemed as though even he had lost hope that the third Kazekage was still alive, something that didn't sit well with her. But instead of pushing the matter further, she sighed. I don't even know when Raza will return. Tomorrow is the final deadline. Before Michikawa could respond, an ANBU ninja appeared before them, delivering a message. Michikawa-sama, Pakura-sama, the Kazekage wishes to see you. Sunegakure's encampment. Inside the Kazekage's tent, the air felt different. The moment Michikawa and Pakura entered, they found Raza seated in the Kazekage's chair, looking every bit the part of the leader they had been waiting for. Pakura didn't waste time with pleasantries. When did you return? Raza wasn't bothered by her bluntness, he was used to it by now. I just got back. I've already heard about what happened outside. You both did well. Pakura, though grateful for the praise, was still confused. Why? Since you're back, why didn't you reveal yourself? You let Konoha break your seal and rescue that summoning beast. Raza gave her a calm smile. He simply shrugged his shoulders. It's simple. I saw this as an opportunity that aligns with my next plan. Michikawa and Pakura exchanged confused glances, unsure of what Raza was referring to. Raza, however, didn't offer further explanation and instead asked a question that caught them both off guard. Pakura, Michikawa, do you trust me as your Kazekage? The question hung in the air like a weight. Neither of them answered immediately, their unease growing. Why was Raza asking this now? Was he questioning their loyalty? Or worse, was he planning to strip them of their positions? The tension in the room thickened. After a long, uncomfortable silence, Michikawa spoke slowly, meeting Raza's gaze. Whether I trust you or not, you are the village's Kazekage now. Raza nodded and then turned his gaze to Pakura, who clenched her teeth under his unwavering stare. She, too, reluctantly spoke. I've said before, at least in terms of being Kazekage, I could never do what you are doing now. Raza nodded again as if expecting this response. That's enough. He extended both hands toward them. Give me your hands. Michikawa and Pakura exchanged a brief, wary glance. Despite the unease they both felt, they complied. Michikawa hesitated but placed his right hand on Raza's left. Pakura followed suit after a moment's pause, her left hand meeting Raza's right. After a pause, Raza opened his eyes, his features turned serious. All right, I will now grant you power, don't resist. At his words, a surge of purple chakra poured from Raza's body into theirs. Both Michikawa and Pakura felt the immediate pull of the energy, and though they instinctively tried to resist, they remembered Raza's command and allowed it to flow. As the chakra entered their bodies, their pupils contracted in shock. They could feel an overwhelming force building inside them, something unlike anything they had ever experienced before. A visible chakra cloak began to form around them, pulsating with raw power. Raza realized this was the true potential of the chakra he had absorbed from the meteorite in Hashigakure. The power contained within the meteorite was something extraordinary, something that could be transferred to others. What is this? Inside the Kazekage's tent, the air was thick with astonishment as Pakura and Michikawa processed the overwhelming chakra coursing through their bodies. The sheer volume of energy was beyond comprehension. Both of them could feel their chakra reserves swell 4 to 5 times their normal capacity. Not only was their chakra enhanced, but their physical strength was also boosted to a level they had never experienced before. Their senses were heightened, and every movement felt like it carried the weight of immense power. Still in disbelief, they stood frozen as Raza's voice rang out, cutting through the stunned silence. Don't just stand there. Control this chakra and absorb it into your bodies. At first, they hesitated. Logically, neither of them had the ability to absorb chakra in such a manner. But when they focused on the energy flowing within them and attempted to control it, they were shocked to find it responding to their will. The purple chakra moved willingly into their bodies, and the enhancement effect seemed to fade as it was absorbed. At that moment, their minds were filled with countless questions, and they stared at Raza in shock, seeking an explanation. Chapter 25, Kazekage Revealed. Raza revealed everything without hesitation. If he had been an ordinary ninja of Sunigakure, he would have concealed this power. But as the Kazekage, his role demanded that he confront the threats posed by Jiraiya and Minato. To face these two formidable adversaries, he had no choice but to strengthen the forces of his village. I didn't return to the village immediately. Instead, I traveled to a small ninja village in the land of bears, called Hoshigakure. I had heard rumors that they possessed a unique power capable of amplifying a ninja's chakra. As you can see, I took that power for myself. Only now did the two of them fully comprehend what he had done. They did not believe Raza had made a mistake. In fact, after feeling the surge of power coursing through their bodies, they thought he had waited far too long. Their curiosity grew stronger, eager to understand the true nature of this power. I call this technique star release, chakra mode, Raza continued. In simple terms, it's a method that unleashes the full potential of your body. Like a powerful stimulant, it boosts your chakra and physical abilities tremendously. However, there is a price to pay. The increase in power comes at the cost of your body's limits. Since the human body has its boundaries, using star release, chakra mode is like draining your future potential. For this reason, it should only be used as a last resort. The two of them quickly grasped the concept. But that was sufficient. As ninjas, they had no real future to worry about. They never knew when their time would come on the battlefield. So, in light of the overwhelming power they had just gained, concerns about overdrawing the future seemed insignificant to them. At that moment, Raza pulled out a scroll. "This is another thing I acquired from Hoshigakure," he began, his voice steady. "It's a unique secret technique they developed using this chakra, called the Peacock Mystic Art. While it may seem somewhat rudimentary to me, it could still prove useful to you. First, by practicing the methods recorded within this scroll, you can transform the chakra I've given you into your own strength. Second, both of you are exceptionally talented ninjas. You might even be able to develop your own secret techniques based on the Peacock Mystic Art." As he spoke, Raza tossed the scroll toward Pakura. "There's only one copy. After the war ends, you can make your own copies." Pakura quickly unrolled the scroll and scanned its contents. With her keen talent, she instantly grasped the complexities of the Peacock Mystic Art and even began to formulate some new ideas of her own. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she looked up at Raza, her expression filled with confusion. "Why? Why are you giving us such power?" In the world of Naruto, things were typically kept secret. Among ninjas and clans, it was common practice to guard their techniques closely. No clan or ninja would easily pass their secret techniques to outsiders. Yet, after acquiring this power, Raza had chosen to share it openly with them. This act left both of them with questions. Was there something wrong with the chakra or the secret technique? Hearing Pakura's question, Raza's gaze swept across both of them, his expression resolute. He spoke in a low, firm voice. "The reason is simple, because I am the Kazekage of this village." Pakura and Michikawa froze, their hearts racing. They stared at Raza in shock, unable to fully process what he had said. Raza didn't stop there. He sighed deeply, then continued, his tone more somber. "For me, the interests of this village come first. Through this war, you should have seen it clearly, compared to Konoha, our Sunigakure is still far behind. Whether it's talent, secret techniques, Kekkai Genkai, summoning beasts, or ninjutsu, even while Konoha is fighting against both Kumogakure and Iwagakure, they still possess enough strength to suppress us. But if the roles were reversed, could Sunigakure do the same?" Pakura and Michikawa's hands clenched into fists, their frustration palpable. In truth, the ninjas present here represented about 70% of Sunigakure's total combat strength. Yet even with this considerable force, they had hesitated to start a direct war with Konoha when Raza wasn't around. "That's why my goal as Kazekage is clear. If we want to surpass Konoha, we must not fall short in any aspect, be it talent or ninjutsu. My own strength alone is insufficient. I am entrusting Hoshigaku's secret technique to you in the hope that you can refine it further, creating new techniques to strengthen our village. Of course, I will assist where I can, but as you know, my time is limited. Hearing such direct and sincere words from Raza, any lingering doubts or suspicions Pakura and Michikawa had disappeared completely. In that moment, they fully acknowledged him as their leader. I understand. I'll give it a try. This time, Pakura was the first to step forward. Michikawa immediately followed, nodding in agreement. Good. But developing new techniques can wait until we return to the village. Right now, there is something more pressing. You both need to master the power I have given you as quickly as possible. Prepare yourselves, because tonight, we launch a full-scale assault on Konoha. A full-scale assault. Tonight. Are we waiting for Konoha's response? Both of them were taken aback. There's no need to wait. Konoha won't respond, Raza stated firmly. According to the latest intel from the Umbu, Konoha's elder, Danzo, has already moved to the battlefield against Iwagakure. What? Pakura clenched her teeth in frustration. Konoha had completely disregarded their threat. The realization of being underestimated stung deeply. Moreover, our mission concludes in 2 days. We need to make Konoha believe we are fully prepared to fight to the bitter end. This will not only buy us time but also ensure our retreat goes smoothly. Therefore, our objective for this battle has changed. Relay my orders to the entire force, do not hold back. Prioritize survival, but eliminate as many Konoha ninjas as possible. As for us three, I will take on Jiraiya. Pakura, you will engage Minato. Michikawa, you will provide cover for Pakura and lead our forces against Konoha's ninjas. This time, we must drive them back in a single decisive strike, only then can we ensure a safe withdrawal from the Land of Fire in 2 days. Michikawa immediately grasped the strategy. I see. You remained hidden earlier to make it seem like you weren't here, lowering their guard, didn't you? Exactly. I understand now. Pakura, however, frowned slightly before speaking in a firm, unwavering voice. That Minato guy, I can handle him alone. But Raza shook his head. Seeing Pakura ready to argue, he interrupted her without hesitation. No. You saw my fight with Minato. You're at a disadvantage against him. His Flying Thunder God technique is a nightmare for close-range fighters like you. His Rasengan is just as destructive as your Scorch Release. He met her gaze, his voice resolute. But I need Michikawa's large-scale magnet release to end the battle between Sunagakure and Konoha quickly. In my vision for Sunagakure's future, you, Michikawa, and every ninja here are too precious to me. So, I won't allow anything to happen to you. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching. Like and subscribe for future installments, and with that being said, peace.